Good afternoon. At 3:34, I want to call the meeting to order. And I apologize for my 4 minutes of tardiness, but we're here now, and we will start with Mr. Johnson doing the roll call, please.
Councilwoman Fugit.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Helsley.
Here.
Dr. Lyons. Former Vice Mayor Pavlis. Councilwoman Parker. Former Vice Mayor Saunders. Here. Vice Mayor Smith. Here. 6 members present, Chair.
Thank you. So we have quorum. You should have all received the minutes of the July 22nd regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Johnson, has anyone signed up for public comments?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I have no report. There are no special committees, so we don't have a report of the special committee. We don't have special orders, so we're just zipping right through. This is how you get through an agenda. Number 8 is unfinished business. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Beginning on packet page 10 are the rules that this body has reviewed with amendments that including the amendments we looked at the last meeting. The first ones that you all looked at and approved at the last meeting are on packet page 11. They're concerning the order of business. They concern reorganizing the consent agenda, the numerals, adding the authorization to apply for and accept grants to the consent, and capitalization in the order of business. Continuing onto page 13, this concerns the rules for the appeals that council could deliberate appeals without a motion and a second. We added and a second to that. Continuing on page 14 of the packet, at the last meeting, this body looked at rule number 13 concerning the agenda, and this was the adjustment to the timing of the agenda being published and distributed to members of council. I don't know if the chair wanted to look at this now.
Let's get through and then we'll go back.
Okay. And then continuing on at the bottom of the page, change the word defer to postpone. On the next page, page 15, in Rule 14, the task force looked at and considered amendment from Councilwoman Parker concerning referrals to committees and workshops. Those were adopted. Continuing on to page 16 of the packet, in order of debate, the body considered changes to the speaking limits, changed it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and also adjusted the total speaking time on agenda items from 15 to 9 minutes for each side. And I believe that concludes the amendments that this body considered and approved at its last meeting.
So any questions about any of that? I will tell you that last week I had a Zoom meeting with the city law director and council's attorney, bringing them up to speed on where we were with this. And one of the areas of concern that was strongly highlighted to me was our change in Rule 13, Section A, wanting the full package 7 days ahead instead of 4 days, about the difficulty that would be in working, in the adjustment of timing for the administration to get those ready. I said I was not in a position to negotiate on behalf of this body, but the concern is duly noted. Would anybody like to take this up again?
Of course, the difficulty from the council member standpoint is you don't have much time to prepare with just 4 days.
Right.
So the 7 days would be, from a council standpoint, a whole lot nicer, yeah.
Yes. Oh, does anybody else have their light on? Okay, Ms. Parker.
Was there a timeline suggested for when council, and of course, the charter states a timeline for submitting items to the agenda, but that's more of a deadline than a first date when you might be able to submit it. So is there another timeline that might work better for the law department?
We can, fortunately, the law director's here, we can ask him. I will say, one of the things that I was not aware of, that I was made aware of, is that whenever a draft agenda by the administration is sort of planned on, that becomes a public document. So I believe if I'm interpreting correctly, basically what I was told is our concern about a draft agenda being out to the public before we have supporting documents in order to be able to discuss things fully as constituents call and want to talk about an agenda item that you don't have the full packet on, that won't go away, but we would, in our proposal that council already approved, we would still have 7 days to review the information from Tuesday to Tuesday. The publishing of a draft agenda would still come probably before. I don't know that it has to, but it could. Whatever. I'm not the attorney. He's here. He can speak to that. But my point is our concern about a lag time between the draft agenda being public and us having all that we need to reasonably discuss with a constituent, that isn't gonna, it won't all happen at the same time. There will still be a lag time, but the question then is, do we really want 7 days to review? Or is 4 days enough? I think that's really kind of what I understand. The gap in people knowing before we know isn't really gonna change. It's, do we need 7 days to review all that we are asked to vote on, or is it 4? Mr. Swanson, since I called you up, I think I should let you talk.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to talk. And I think you have articulated it appropriately. And I certainly understand and appreciate the position you're in, and I understand the desire to have the materials further in advance than 4 days. I get that. And we can do that. We can accommodate whatever schedule you want us to accommodate in terms of providing you the materials. It will not eliminate that lag time you're talking about because there's going to have to be a draft agenda so that we know that we're getting the actual agenda correct when we actually send out the original agenda. And as soon as the draft agenda goes out, that of course becomes a public document, and if somebody asks us for the public document, we are obligated by state law to furnish that document to them. So there still is going to be a little bit of a lag time where folks are going to know what's on the agenda, and you don't have everything there is to know about what that item is. I can only offer to you that during that period of time, maybe the correct answer is we're receiving information from the administration. I can't answer your questions until we've received from the administration the information that's necessary for us to know to address your questions. That is an unsatisfactory answer to those folks, and I get that. They won't be happy about it, but it's an accurate answer to the question. And so that's all I can suggest in that area.
I will say that is my answer. That is my
Yeah.
answer when I get the question, that until I get the full packet, I can't fully discuss this.
Yeah. The concern that I raised with it being a Tuesday deadline rather than a Thursday deadline, frankly, has to do with the internal workings of the law department and putting things together. And that concern that I raised has to do with when we finally get something that says this goes on the agenda, and it often comes from the finance department as the last stop before it comes to us. When it comes to us from the finance department, there's a lot to be done. after we receive it. And that lot often includes the drafting of a contract, the negotiation of a contract many times. A lot of times we're negotiating that contract right up until the very last minute. It involves getting the insurance certificates that are necessary. It involves communicating with the people. Most often this is contracts that we're talking about. So there is, the lawyer has to draft the contract. And so it is difficult for us, you know, to get that to you earlier than we are getting it to you with the timelines that we have in place right now. So if you change it to Tuesday rather than Thursday, that simply means we're going to have to back up our deadline to everybody in the city. They're just going to have to all back up their deadline and do it 2 days earlier, or we're going to be slower in getting business accomplished than what we're doing right now. And I guess many times that won't hurt, but there are times when I would say that, I don't say that the departments are deliberately lagging behind or anything like that. They just got a lot of work to do. And they're getting as much done as they can do, and they're getting it done at the last minute, as we all do from time to time. We all do stuff at the last minute. And so it makes it very difficult for them to back up their deadline even further to try to get something done that needs to be done on behalf of the city. So I don't wish to be appearing to either complain either about having an earlier deadline or to complain to the departments about not having stuff earlier so that we can get our work done on it. It's just the way the world works.
Right.
And, you know, we'll just have to accommodate whatever it is you tell us to do. This is up to you to decide what to do. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. We just want you to have all the information you need to have in order to make the right decision about what those deadlines are going to be.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, is your light on? Oh, okay. Ms. Parker.
Well, based on that feedback, I tend to prefer our current timeline and structure because as a council person preparing potential items for the agenda that weekend, being able to talk to constituents as I'm preparing before the Monday deadline is really valuable time. And I imagine the law department would not be working on compiling the agenda over the weekend.
We hope not.
So I'd rather use that time myself to prepare rather than have everything issued on Tuesday.
Anybody have anything else? Dr. Lyons, you're not Mr. Mr. Doctor.
Bill's good.
Yeah, Bill.
A couple of thoughts on this. Having been up in the middle of that, I certainly appreciate what Mr. Swanson has said. But I'm trying to reconstruct a little history, so let me know if this is wrong. I recall that the draft agenda thing is something that is proactively sent to the media. Is that true? Or not, when it comes out on the Tuesday?
It proactively gets sent to the media because they've requested it. They requested it in advance. So, yes, it is.
Okay. Because I remember when we didn't do that, there was some point that started happening, that whole draft agenda. And one wonders, I would say, if the media had the week, you know, in advance by having, you know, the Tuesday, whether there needed to be that agenda to go out. I mean, it's a public document. It can be requested, obviously. Right. And maybe the media would request that every single time, and we would be in the situation you're talking about. But as I recall, when we instituted making that available, it used to be that everything was available on the Thursday. In fact, I'm pretty positive of that.
Yeah.
So
I remember that as well.
Right. And so what I guess what I'm saying is if it did go out early, did there still need to be the draft agenda released? I know it's an internal document. Somebody could ask for it, but that's a little different than regularly sending it out and then having it go and people aware of it and, you know, calling council people, which is what the problem is. So, you know, and so if we had continued with what's proposed here, It seems to me it would just mean a lot of things would be kicked to the next meeting because they weren't on time. But occasionally there are things that are time bound that could really cause some issues that you
Correct.
spoke. I just wanted to kind of put that for more context.
Well, I guess I'm going to be the contrarian here, because I understand that the administration's got work to do. I understand everybody's got work to do, but that's their full-time job. Council people are not full-time employees. They are trying to get all this work done after their day job and on the weekends and being prepared to vote on very significant things. I think that's why in retreats, we've talked about some of this and had the discussion about, could we get packets sooner? I'm not going to die on the hill of Tuesday, but I just want it also on the record that everybody else that has a role to play in this is a full-time employee. And all the people who have to read and talk to constituents and digest this and vote tend to have the least amount of time to prepare. So I think that's why we talked about it. So this is what we said we're going to go forward with. If we don't want to go forward with that, I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just reminding us of why we said it in the first place. So if somebody wants to make a motion to amend this rule and it passes, then that will be what we go forward with.
Is there some other time span that we might consider? Because, of course, this has to go through another, to council, so
You know, the question becomes, is a Wednesday better than a Thursday? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, I really, but that is the sense I have heard from our colleagues as we talk at these retreats. The speed of business in the city is faster than it used to be. The speed with which everybody's trying to get this done is faster than it used to be. It's a good problem to have. I guess we're booming, but, you know, I just felt compelled to say, this is why we had this conversation in the first place, because council said it's a lot and we'd like a little more time to review this. Mr. Frost, I assume you'd like to be recognized.
Please, thank you. The refrain of council doesn't get the information soon enough is something that has gone on forever. With Mayor Ash, there was not a draft agenda that was sent out. And when it got delivered on the Thursday was the first time everybody found out what was coming up on the agenda, unless you had been told beforehand. And I think it was, and Dr. Lyons may be able to help me remember, I think it was under Mayor Haslam's administration that the draft agenda became known, and people on council asked to be included on that so they could get more of a heads up than simply the Thursday afternoon dropping of the package at their house. So it's same song, different verse. The purpose of the draft agenda was to give the heads up, and the meat was going to be put out there later on the bones of the draft agenda. So, you know, this is, you know, has been going on for some time.
Councilman Smith, Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I get the ripple effect back upstream for the staff, and I obviously appreciate 2 more days to review things, but I don't feel strongly enough about it to really make a motion or push for the full packet on Tuesday. But
Well, then somebody needs to make a motion to change it, because this is what we said we wanted. And that's what's going to go to council unless we make a motion today to change
I
that.
think this is nuanced enough that we could bring it forward to council and let the other members.
Let us just duke it out.
We'll
as
let other
council.
members weigh in. I think there's
I think there's value in that,
There's mixed
too.
reviews here on this one, but I think hearing from our colleagues would be helpful on this one.
Yeah, I mean, we brought this up because they said they wanted this considered, so there you go. There you go. Councilwoman Parker.
Well, I do have one question for the lawyers. If we change the language to 5 days rather than 4 days, with the agenda coming out on Wednesday, I know you asked for 2 days, but if we submit Monday at 8 a.m., what do we think about that being enough time? Monday at 8 a.m. being the deadline.
Keeping a Tuesday preview.
Yeah, I'm not making any suggestions around the draft agenda process.
Submitting things for the agenda is the easiest for me compared to the law department. Respectfully, Monday mornings at 8 a.m., I'm not in the office. I mean, maybe the deadline Friday at noon or something, but at 8 a.m. on Monday, there will not be any time for me to review anything, to make sure it's in the form to go on the agenda or anything like that. I mean, sometimes noon on Monday, it can be kind of a push comes to shove.
For the sake of clarity, we're also talking about Rule 12. So there's a discussion about both Rule 13 and Rule 12 at this time, because the deadline for filing is in Rule 12.
Thanks for that reminder. I can make a motion to remove that amendment that we've made, but I'm also okay with taking the discussion to council and updating them.
Let's go to council.
Okay, we'll let our colleagues, we'll have this, some of us will have this discussion again with our other colleagues. All right. Yes, go ahead.
At the meeting that the chair referenced, Mr. Swanson did suggest that on packet page 15, Rule 15, the change we made, subsection C, suggested rather than using the masculine pronoun he, just using the word the mayor, if the mayor is uncertain of the result of a voice vote. That was his suggestion.
Well, I will say, I am in favor of anywhere in the document, if we're talking about whoever's chairing the meeting, it needs to say the chair of the meeting, rather even less than, because there could be times when the vice mayor has chaired a meeting when the mayor is absent. So should the language be
The chair.
the chair? All right. Is there a motion? Thank you, Debbie. Is there a second to change it? Thank you. All right, all in favor of changing all references to whoever is holding this gavel to the chair? All in favor, say aye. Throughout the document.
Throughout the rules? Mm-hmm. Okay. That might be, I'm not sure what we'll have intended to have done there, but.
Just take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Well, I'm just talking about if we're going to be consistent. Change it for sure for here and take a look at it everywhere
Okay.
else.
Yep.
Mr. Swanson's going to tell me that's wrong. Yes?
No, I'm not. I'm simply going to say that my purpose was primarily to get away
Gender-neutral
from
language.
the sexism of it.
Yes.
Presuming that a mayor is a male or something like that. When you start using pronouns rather than the title of the position itself,
office, yes.
you either have to use an indefinite pronoun, like a lot of people use he for everything, and I get that. And now sometimes I go to he/she, and I hate that. I don't like the sound of he/she when you can substitute whatever that person is into that position. So that was my purpose in doing that.
And I agree with you 100% on that. I think we all do. So,
Okay. I'm clear.
all right.
Quick question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is a general plan essentially of the law department to make those changes as new policies, ordinances are adopted, or should we consider as a city a comprehensive process to update our language in our ordinances? And I guess we can't touch the charter without approval from the residents.
You are correct on that last part. It just seems to me that we change it as it becomes convenient to do it. If you're getting into that subject for some other reason, go ahead and change it while you're doing it. But to go back and kind of do a comprehensive review of the code for that purpose probably seems like a little much to me. But I mean, if that's how we should spend our time, we can. But I think maybe that's going a little far.
It is evidenced by the look Mr. Johnson gave me when I suggested he just do it in the room.
In this section.
I think that may be a lot of work. So I said, okay. He did sort of look at me like, ma'am? Okay. We're good. This is not, I'm sorry, I'm not behaving professionally about this, but that would just deserve to laugh, so.
Okay.
All right,
I think we could skip the next two.
Yes.
And proceed.
yes. So the next thing we need to talk about, we're going to go to new business since we've got a half hour left, to talk about the consideration of the establishment of a charter review committee, and how we might want to go about doing that. That was, so Mr. Johnson, I believe you gave us some information. Would you like to speak to any of that?
Sure, thank you, Chair. Beginning on packet page 34, this is some information from MTAS regarding how one amends a home rule charter. It's just basic information. There's nothing too fancy there. And then on the following pages, this is just general advice that MTAS offers about the formation of a citizen advisory committee, which I think could be helpful in the discussions that may be had at this meeting and following meetings if this body considers a charter review process. So something to digest and consider about how that would function. And then more specifically, I put together 2 pages of questions or issues that I foresee this body would need to address and make some decisions on regarding the formation of a charter review.
Is that on page 27?
Begins on page 28.
28, okay.
Yes. So there are various issues that for to consider. And then lastly, I'm beginning on page 30. This is an excerpt from Dane Morgan's report that he produced for this body regarding a charter review and his analysis of other cities, Nashville, Oak Ridge, and Knox County, and how those bodies look and function.
The floor is open for any discussion about this or questions.
Chair, how do you want to work through this? Do you want to go down through each section, or just?
If nobody has anything burning question, then let's go section by section, but,
Okay.
all right. I see no burning question lights, so we'll go ahead section by section.
So the first issue I think is the most pressing would be deciding on whether or not this should be a standing committee of City Council or a special committee. A standing committee is like this body is familiar with, the audit committee. It has continuing existence. It doesn't cease to exist at any point in time. Members are continually appointed to it to fill its ranks. A special committee, on the other hand, would go out of existence at the conclusion of a specified task. For instance, after having reviewed a charter amendment process.
So I have a question for the attorneys, whichever one wants to answer. Mr. Frost, you're our attorney, or Mr. Swanson, you've been a city council attorney, so I figure we've got 2 people out there that can answer for us. In my mind, that discussion makes it sound like we would have a special committee to complete the task. But if you wanted that special committee to be reconvened at a regular cycle, How does one do that? I'm just thinking about, some people have, okay, every 5 years, every 10 years, we're going to convene this charter review committee. Can anybody speak to that for me? Mr. Swanson?
The answer to your specific question is, if you've got the standing committee, then that committee meets as its meetings are called, and I assume the chair would call those meetings. And you could decide as time goes along and things come before your committee, then that committee could decide whether you need to go forward with those things that need to be done in order to get the question in front of the voters to change the charter. So, I don't think you would have necessarily a charter review every 5 years or something like that. I think you would just have your standing charter review, and people would bring that, if there are changes to the charter that people want to propose to be made, they come to that standing committee.
But we, as a council, could have a standing committee and tell it to review the whole charter at any particular time.
Yes.
At its direction, so,
You could do that.
okay. So that would give us the maximum flexibility to have a standing committee, because they could either deal with stuff as it came up, or periodically, a council could say, take a look at the whole thing.
Yes. And now I've been debating on whether I should just step back for a minute and just give myself the luxury of an unexpressed thought. But I've become almost incapable of doing that these days. And I'm now going to become the elderly curmudgeon that I'm becoming. And I'm going to, it's certainly a question over which reasonable minds could differ. No question about that. And there are good thoughts, good arguments to be made on both sides of it. My general thought is, though, that having sat around this table for, almost 40 years, for all of these council meetings, I think there is danger involved in having someone who is designated as the chair of the Charter Review Committee, because, and I don't want to involve any personalities in this whatsoever. I don't want to involve any individuals in this. But what I see as people move toward the ends of their terms, most council members think that sooner or later they're going to be mayor.
No,
and
they
how do
don't.
you get to be mayor? You get to be mayor by being perceived as a leader. And how do you get to be perceived as a leader? You get to be perceived as a leader by causing things to happen. And so it concerns me that there are folks who would be placed in the position of chair of the Charter Review Commission and the Charter Change Commission, whatever you want to call the thing. And it seems to me that just like the Constitution of the United States, just like the Constitution of the state of Tennessee, the charter of the city of Knoxville is the guardrails of our government. And I think you ought to be very cautious about changing the charter of the city of Knoxville, just like you ought to be very cautious about changing the Constitution of the state of Tennessee or the Constitution of the United States, because there are waves of political thought that go this way and waves of political thought that go that way. And if you change your guardrails, every time those waves come around, you end up with a chaotic situation in my mind. And if people are motivated to make those changes for different kinds of reasons, then I think that's problematic. I think that's a little frightening to me. If there is an urgency to change the charter, that will reveal itself, and it won't be any problem to urge people to change the charter. But just think, right now in our state government, if we had a standing committee on changing the Constitution of the state, or even in our federal government. If we had a standing committee on changing the Constitution of the United States, think where it would go right now.
Thank
I
you.
don't want our charter going in that direction.
Thank you. You're making my point about why I don't want it to be a standing committee. I think as special committee, that would be on a more regular, we're going to agree to disagree on this. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We don't need to be looking at this all the time. But I do think that it is valuable to periodically look at your governing documents. And what we have talked about in our council workshops is that that we never look at anything until it becomes a crisis and somebody brings something up. So I agree with you, and I disagree with you about never looking at the charter. But I do agree with you that there are people who can use it for ill. And that's why I ask about the special committee that does a task and goes out of existence, which would never negate the ability of any council member or anybody to bring one when they wanted to. That I'm just trying to articulate what I thought I heard council talk about at our retreats, about creating a regular order so it was not always reactionary. I'm not going to die on the hill whether we do this or not. We said we'd have the discussion, so. Ms. Parker.
No, I'm in agreement with you both. I think a special committee is the approach that we should take for the reasons that have been lifted up, but also I'm lacking the words, but I would be concerned about the I would be concerned with how that standing committee operated as new leaders came to council, as new elections happened. Just what does that look like? So having a committee that focuses on a specific task, but then also we would outline how regularly we expect a new committee to form and review the charter so that it does get reviewed periodically and more often than we do now.
Which is not. And so, Dr. Lyons.
Yes, I agree that a permanent standing committee is not a good idea. I don't think for the points that Mr. Swanson made, but I do think the middle ground of having something that forces a look at the charter on some sort of regular basis is a good idea. And there are, not to mention, there are things in there that need to be removed. By Supreme Court decisions or federal law, they become, wrong or, not having any teeth anymore, or they're just plain incorrect. As references can be to the way we elect council people after, there's a state legislative change. This is one example. And the charter the charter is going to be overruled by the state legislature, but I think you want to get the charter language consistent. Things like that a periodic review makes sense as long as it was not a standing committee, but a process that came up periodically is a better way to do it.
Somebody else have a light on? Then I was going to say, I think part of that's why, if you look at some people, they look at it every 10 years. There's a long period of time, so it's not just, it's not just every big deal. But, I mean, we don't have to decide this today, but I'm just, that's what I thought I heard us talking about in our retreats. Councilwoman Parker.
I am curious, since we have, I don't know if that is included in the description of Knox County's charter review process, but is there a chair of that committee? And how does that operate since they are a special committee?
I would think they might choose the chair from among themselves if it's not specified. But of course, this is, consist of commission members and citizens both.
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy to research that. I don't recall how they choose
would
their
be
chair.
good.
That would be wonderful, thank you.
And I do point out, though, lower down in the composition, that the power to appoint the committee also confers with it the power to select the chair. So unless council wanted to do otherwise, council would select the chair, but you could empower the committee to select its own chair.
Again, I don't expect us to decide anything today. This is just conversation about things.
I have one more question for the law director. As we consider a charter review committee, and as you express your thoughts about a chair, are you recommending that we create a body that operates without a chair, or that we don't create a body?
No, I think if you're going to have changes to your charter affected, you probably do need to appoint a special committee to do that. And any committee really needs a chair in order for business to occur. I think you need someone to lead the direction of the discussion and all that. So, no, I think having a chairless group get together and hope something's going to come out of that would probably be relatively futile.
Okay. Thank you, I just wanted to clarify.
The county, they elect their officers when they go into thing, and they have a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary that they elect amongst their body of 27 or whatever it is. Just for
Sorry, it is interesting if you look at theirs, each district rep gets to nominate somebody nominated by commission, and then 9 citizens by the mayor, so that it's 2/3 of the legislative body controls the seats and 1/3 with the administration. That's the way I read that.
One thing is helpful to note, in Knox County structure, the at-large county commissioners don't serve on the committee.
Which
I
is
know.
interesting.
I know. I think since there are 3 at-large people here, we should figure out a way around that.
I'm again.
Well, we don't have to copy their model. This is just what they do.
Right.
You know, it could be that this was written prior to them having at-large commissioners.
Could be.
That'd be my guess.
Because maybe they ought to look at their rules. Or their charter.
And in 2020, their chair was a commissioner, but the other 2 elected people were not. Sam McKenzie was one of them, and he was definitely in the state legislature in 2020.
So
And
he was
Lisa
a citizen
Starbuck
appointee.
was the secretary, yeah. So,
So anything else that causes us to have a question? We're not deciding anything today. This is just kind of, this conversation seems to me like things that we have questions about or ought to think about. Anything else? Or y'all are having your own meeting.
I do have a
Any thoughts?
question.
Yes.
The county mayor does play a role in the charter review. I saw with some other, well, actually, I think I was reading the wrong thing. I think I was reading the
The county mayor selects 9 citizens to serve on the committee.
I mean, I think you
The
have to have
county
the administration pick, I mean, they have a vested interest of what's in the charter.
Absolutely.
Like the legislative body has a vested interest. So it stands to reason that you've got to have representation from both. And the mayor appointing people makes sense.
but in the county, the mayor selects,
The county mayor selects 9. Each district rep, no, they only get 1/3 of the total seats.
There's also a limitation by district, so of the 9 county commission districts, no more than, each district may have up to two members of the committee serving from those districts. So you can't have one district overrepresented.
They got 9 districts.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we, I'm struggling to see a benefit to the mayor selecting so many members of the committee. Does anyone else see
For a
a?
balance of power, because the commissioners basically select 2/3 of the members,
Okay,
because they're, the rate I
because there are
read this,
27 members.
the 9 district commissioners are on it. And then 9 citizens nominated by commission are on it. And then 9 citizens nominated by the county mayor are on it. So there are 27 people on it. 9 appointed by the mayor, 9 appointed by commission, plus the 9 commissioners themselves. Is the way I read this.
Yes. I think it's also helpful to note, though, that the structure by which the county charter group works will be somewhat different than what a group that this body might consider and council might adopt, because the county charter group can pose questions directly to the voters. This body that you all might be considering would have to send it to city council for final approval, is my understanding of,
Ooh,
and
that's so
Mr. Swanson,
interesting.
yeah, he's
But that's
shaking his
another
head.
check and balance.
So you may not need all the members of city council serving on this committee, perhaps.
Does anything in the charter prevent us from giving the committee that authority?
I think the state constitution only provides a few methods, but Mr. Swanson, of course, can.
But wait, you mean the county can do it, but state constitution won't allow the city to?
That's my understanding.
Oh, interesting.
They may have a different kind of charter.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
The county charter review process allows the committee to submit the question directly to the voters.
Right.
I was asking, would we be able to pass an ordinance that gave a charter review committee that authority?
Not without changing the charter first,
Okay,
because it's the charter, which is our operating thing here, and the charter says, in order to change the charter, you've got to have an ordinance of council. There's a way to change the charter outside of that, but it'll never work.
Is that like getting a bunch of signatures?
Just for a short answer, it'll never work.
Is that like where you have to get a bunch of citizens to agree to put something on the charter?
yeah, is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about?
So it
Yeah.
seems like I remember something
you
like
gotta
that,
have-
but it's an
referendum.
inordinately large number. It makes
Right.
it very difficult for a reason, and I understand that. But
Yes.
because I think back about 20-something years ago, people tried that.
It can be done. It's got to have a certain
Yeah.
number of
Right.
certified voters who
Right.
sign up to do it. And,
Well, I think
it
the
has
only-
been tried a number of times in the
Yes,
past without
never worked.
without even close to success.
Right. Dr. Lyons?
I think the county, when provides sort of a way to go around their normal process, but it involves the same people. So that's
Yes,
kind of strange.
yes,
And otherwise, it could go to county commission, which would pass if county commissioners
Are
are
serving
controlling.
on the body.
So when you're talking about the city, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with having that recommended and then still go through city council. It's a check before getting on the ballot. At least it assures things are being looked at that maybe city council wouldn't necessarily come up with, or the administration.
Absolutely, and it becomes, that provides an opportunity for a public to know that it's coming and express their concerns if they had them, which I'm sure they would.
I can't imagine 27, that's pretty unwieldy.
Well,
I'm just saying, it would be interesting if you had a mayor and then a minority of members of council who shared a position. But then the majority of council shared a different position, but the votes on the committee approved an item, but it didn't have the votes on council to actually get on the ballot. That's what I'm trying to think of, those types of scenarios, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's possible, yeah.
yes, that just made my head hurt at 4:23 PM. as we're getting ready to go into a very long night. So,
It may be also helpful to consider that I believe, and Mr. Swanson can correct me, but there are certain sections or articles of the charter that are not entrenched, but they're protected from amendment. I believe the pension in particular is protected from amendment that doesn't originate with the pension board, I think. I could be wrong about that.
I mean, I do think if we're going to establish one, that's a committee to look at that. The first thing that committee would have to do would be really understand what's in the charter now, like those sorts of things, like what actually can you change? How would you do it? That kind of thing. So, because that's a very good point. There's some things we couldn't touch. Vice Mayor Smith, you've been reflective, and you keep looking like you might turn on your light. Well, this is why this first meeting is just like the first meeting about rules. It's like, what is this that City Council asked us to look at, and how would we go about eating this elephant if they want us to consider starting a charter review committee? Vice Mayor Saunders, you've been around a while. Any thoughts on this? If you were, other than please don't put me on the committee?
That would be my first wish. But I do see at least one member of this body who I think would really be good on a committee to review the charter.
Well, I would agree if we get to that point, yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't the intent of council, I mean, I'm the one who's not been on council, obviously, but isn't the intent just to assure that it gets looked at? Isn't
Yes.
that what the thinking
Yes,
was? I
yes.
think it's no more than that.
Yeah,
Really.
this isn't,
Not that it's-
it's not a big sinister thing to change it.
Right,
It's
and not
more like-
necessarily a continual committee or anything, but some way that somebody looks at it systematically.
Yes.
Who's the somebody?
This would be that would be what the charter
That's
committee
what
would be.
this,
That's
that's
what
what
we're- yeah.
this task force would have to, I believe, decide is if we were gonna do this, here would be the makeup of who should be on the body that reviewed it. That's one woman's opinion.
And how often they would, I mean, there are a lot of questions. Who'd be on it? How often would this come up? Or would they be required to do it at least every 10? There are things you could
Yes,
write
those are
in.
the kind of things.
Those are
that-
the kind of things we'd have to work
Yeah,
through.
because this body isn't about opening it up and looking at it. This body's about creating a process by which it is routinely looked at. That's what I heard from our council retreats for several years. Councilwoman Parker.
Well, I have found this conversation helpful. I was leaning towards the Knox County structure, but that one piece that it has to come back to council for approval changes my thoughts around it. I'm less in support of council members serving on the committee because we're going to get the final decision and we'll have our own discussion. But council members may want to, so that may be something we can consider. One thing we didn't discuss, though, is in our packet, one option offered by MTAS is also the election of members to the committee. And I would not be opposed to that. I know that that's always a cost for the city, and so we probably stray away from it because of that. But ultimately, city council members hold the power on what changes to the charter are considered and go on the ballot. So no power would be lost, but it would allow, there's a section in here that says the governing body should appoint in talking about advisory committees, the governing body should appoint the members of the advisory committee to underscore the importance of the work, give it legitimacy. But if those members of the committee are elected, they would also have that legitimacy. So I just wanted to lift that up as an option that I would support.
Okay. It is 4:29. Are there any, do we have any work that we would like Mr. Johnson to do for us between now and then? I mean, are there questions that we have that he can research for us? I mean, we're looking at the way Knox County does it. That's not the only, y'all are changing seats. I'm gonna be like my mother's, the school teacher. Am I gonna have to separate y'all? And I know it's who the problem is. Anyhow, I'm just teasing. It's Dr. Lyons. He's such a, yeah. So is there anything that we would like Will to look at? Other cities, other anything? How do you want to proceed? We won't meet again till September.
We only have one other scheduled meeting beyond.
Yeah, we only are meeting in September and October, so we've got to get something done if we're gonna. We're just deciding on a process and who should be on a committee if we choose to establish it. I mean, we could have all this conversation and say, we don't think we're ready for it yet. But we are doing what council said they wanted done, which was explore the possibility of creating a charter review committee. What would that look like? Who should be on it? And how often should it meet? That's what I understand our marching orders were from council. Yes. Vice Mayor Smith, is that correct? In my understanding of what my marching orders were?
You're tracking, yeah. I mean, I think
Okay.
one of the ways to do this is for one of us to make a draft of a recommendation similar to how we did the Rules Committee.
And bring some suggestions back for October.
Because there's a lot of variation in these and others,
Yes.
so it's not as easy to say there are these 7 themes and we should start with those.
Okay. All right, then looks like you're off the hook unless
what-
somebody calls you.
I have one.
Oh, Ms. Parker.
Just in reference to that item I just mentioned in terms of elections, what was included in our packet was an election prompted by a referendum. A petition. Is that the only option? Could we, as council, create an election process for charter amendment committee members?
Well, I'm going based solely on what MTAS provided here as their advice. These are the 3 methods by which home rule cities can amend their charter.
Well, it wouldn't be amending the charter, because city council would still have to approve what goes before the voters, but a committee to make recommendations to the council.
So we'd basically be running an election cycle to elect people to serve on the Charter Review Committee. Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
and we would, we'd create a process where it would be like every 4 years, these members are elected for a 2-year period or something like that.
Oh, I don't want to do that. Mr. Frost?
Thank you. If I understand Councilmember Parker's discussion, in Article Roman numeral 11 of the Tennessee State Constitution, it says 7 members, and they are chosen on an at-large basis. So you could have the potential of, who shows up, what part of town shows up to vote, dictates
All seats.
the process.
Thank you.
And they pose the question directly to the voters, is my understanding.
Do they have to have that authority?
I'm just looking, if I understand the discussion, just, looking at Article number 11, it's a commission of 7 members chosen at large not more than once in 2 years in a municipal election. So if it's a municipal election, then obviously city council's on the ballot and the mayor every 4 years. So you would have city council, charter review commission or whatever it's called, and the mayor but, well, and city judge potentially all being on the ballot at once.
And it doesn't specify the seats or anything. I mean, I'm trying to think how that would work. You have a bunch of people in the top 7 get it, or how would that,
It
is
just
that all
says-
unspecified?
7 members chosen at large. So it's, I mean, I'm interpreting, I mean, maybe it might take the administrator of elections, but it seems like to me, the first 7 vote getters.
Without anything else, it would seem that way. 'Cause otherwise, you'd have to make 7 seats or something like that,
Well-
which makes no sense.
City council races used to operate that way. It was the top vote getters, no, and there weren't A, B, C seats, yeah.
So I also think, I got your all's agenda very late in the day and I scanned through it real quick. And I think the MTS information says that this has never been done in the state of Tennessee, this particular.
I
I
think
like being the first.
I believe that was a reference to the charter commission that the General Assembly would form.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
With that, it is 4:34, and I don't see any other lights on, so I'm going to adjourn us, and we have our research to do ourselves. If there are other things that you may want, reach out to Mr. Johnson, but I think Vice Mayor Smith's approach of perhaps bringing some sort of proposals back, because we could talk for months, but we have 2 more meetings scheduled, so let's do that next
I
time.
do think we ought to thank Will Johnson for the incredible work he's done to keep us informed.
Yes,
Thank you,
I
Will.
agree. Thank you, Will. He's loving it.
So much that I'm fleeing.
Yes, so much that he's going on vacation. We are adjourned.
Okay. Now do I have to wait on Tommy to sit down? Just keep going? Who am I missing? Should I be worried about all the missing people? You just want me to go because I got a quorum? All right. Hello, Knoxville. This is your Knoxville Beer Board. Today is Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. Welcome everyone here and those watching at home. Ms. Hopper, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Fugit. Here. Councilwoman Helsley. Councilwoman McKenzie. Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilman Roberta.
Here.
Vice Mayor Singh. Oh, shoot, sorry.
I like that.
Apologies.
I like that.
Do we have to serve an additional 2 years?
Councilwoman Singh. Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
Councilman Thomas.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hopper. The minutes of the last meeting were distributed by email. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes stand as distributed, approved as distributed. Ms. Hopper, do we have anyone signed up for public comments germane to today's agenda?
We do not.
Thank you. Seeing no one has signed up for public comment, we will move on. The next matters of business are items to be postponed or withdrawn. Mr. Byrd, are there any applicants requesting a postponement? Is your mic work? Oh, maybe your battery.
Now we're
packs
talking.
Need to be turned on. All right.
We do have 3 requesting a postponement.
Okay.
6A, El Molino Supermarket. 6B, Juan's Tacos. And 6C, Yummy Bowl.
Those are all postponements.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So without objections, items 6A, 6B, and 6C will be postponed. So those items are postponed as requested. No objection. Mr. Byrd, are there applicants requesting a withdrawal?
No, ma'am.
All right, so at this time, nothing is to be withdrawn. We will now move on to reports of officers. As the chair, my report is, to my fellow members of Beer Board, it will be brief. I should have something potentially, I don't want people to be caught unawares. As you know, Mr. Johnson has reported to us at the last several Beer Boards about the beer fund monies that we have. And I will make sure that Mr. Johnson has that in the future because, is it in the packet? But not the ordinance piece is not in the packet. Is it in the online packet? The report is in the packet, Mr. Johnson, but
No.
not the actual ordinance. Okay.
It actually is on the discussion item at the end of the agenda, yes.
Oh, well, I can do it then, I guess. Never mind. I'm just reporting to you now that I'm going to discuss something at the end under other business. All right, moving on then. Next report is of the beer inspector. Officer Presley.
I have no items to report this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There are no active suspension or revocation hearings before the Beer Board. This is near the beginning of the fiscal year, so there are no fines to report and no expenses to report. The beer fund stands at $251,000.
$251,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, then we will move on. So announcements prior to going through the order of business. When I call the names of the businesses applying for a permit, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Applicants who are approved pending final documentation need to bring their completed documents to the business tax office during regular business hours. If you are approved pending final documentation, that means that you have one or more requirements that are incomplete. So that doesn't mean you're approved, it means you're pending final documentation. In order to get your certificate of occupancy, which is a common requirement for many, you will need to apply possibly for zoning changes or meet parking requirements, submit architectural drawings to plans review and inspections, or make modifications to your building and meet codes compliance. This may entail hiring professionals to accomplish these. And Mr. Johnson is here from the building department and is able to help anyone with that. So just want everyone to be aware that that is a follow-up thing that may take a little bit of time, and we do have staff that will help you with that. Applicants that have their permit approved tonight can pick up their permit at the end of this meeting from Mr. Byrd. Staff at the meeting, Mr. Byrd, Mr. Johnson, and do we have someone from Metro Drug Coalition? Maybe is Ms. Lemons here? Maybe not. Okay. Well, if you have any questions about compliance or server compliance plans, Metro Drug Coalition is someone that can assist you with that at times. Finally, as I'm chairing the meeting, other members will make motions in the 4th District. So let's get started. All right, so our first agenda item, we're going to start with special event beer permits. The first agenda item is the 2025 Greek Fest, St. George Church. Mike Nasios, sorry. You're welcome to correct me. Oh, can you please push the little person button?
Thank you for entertaining our application again this year. Greek Fest is on September 26, 27, and 28. We hope to get good weather. Last year, there was Helene was coming by, but we're very confident this year we'll have a lot of people come, a lot of Greek food, music, dancing, and church tours.
Okay. Did you give your address for the record?
8105 Ainsworth Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. Thank you so much. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any additional questions?
Yes, I've always wanted to tip my hat to someone who has a file complete.
Thank
and in
you.
this case, it's a Greek fisherman's count that I got
Thank you.
quite a few years ago.
Councilman Thomas, we will have some extra Retsina for you this year.
I've got only two other personal criteria, and one is that there will be dancing
Yes, there will be
and
dancing.
there will be lots of baklava.
Lots of baklava. The dancing, you can go to the Greek Fest website and see the schedule of the dancing and other information about the menu and the pastries.
After the Retsina, I'll see if I'm in the mood.
We look forward to seeing you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? See, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir. We look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Okay, next agenda item is 7B, Big Kahuna Wing Fest. Brooke Carper. Name and address for the record.
Obviously, not Brooke Carper. I'm Matt Beeler. Brooke in traffic. She is the manager of the event, 280 Valley View Drive, Lenore City, Tennessee. And I too hope that we have good weather at our event this year because last year we did not have as much fun. So,
Okay.
but excited for year number 12.
All right, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any questions? Sir, what is the date for your event as well?
August 31st.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
celebrating my birthday. What
there
about
you-
that?
So it's come on down. I got to get this one a hat. I guess a chicken hat for next year. So. Yeah.
All right. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next agenda item is 7C, Dave Landeo's Tailgate for Alzheimer's Tennessee, Rogers Place, Chris Patrick, manager. Please come and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Patrick, and it's 8817 Kingston Pike.
All right, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
I have a motion, a second. Any additional questions? Sir, your event, what date is your event?
I'm sorry?
Your date of your event?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's September the 5th.
Okay, September the 5th. All right, we'll look forward to seeing you guys have a great event. If there are no additional questions, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next is Pilot Light 25th Anniversary Block Party. Jason Boardman. Name and address for the record.
Hi, it's Jason Boardman, 106 East Jackson in the Old City, Knoxville.
All right, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
Okay. Do I have any questions, motions? Okay, I have a lot of move to approve. Anybody want a second? Okay, did somebody say second? Sorry, I didn't hear that. I have a motion and a second. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Boardman, when is the Pilot Light 25th anniversary event?
It's on Sunday, September 14th.
All right, and you guys, it's like a block party maybe?
Yeah, we're trying to bring the pilot light outside into the street in front of the building, and we're going to have a whole lot of people doing very short performances. So if you stop by, even for an hour, you'll see a whole lot. And then the interior of the building will be set up like a history museum of the pilot light.
Okay, well, I look forward to having, probably my teens love to come down there. College age, I guess I have one of those. Thank you. We have Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, just a quick comment for Mr. Boardman. I especially enjoy the pilot light during big ears.
Oh, thanks very much.
You have a little venue there that kind of fills a niche there, and it's appreciated. Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, ayes have it. We look forward to seeing you on September 14th. Next is Sunset on Central. Charles Ellis. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Charles Ellis. This permit is for 900 North Central Street.
Okay, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions? Mr. Ellis, what is the date of the event?
This Saturday, the 23rd, we've got concerts all day at Yeehaw, Schultzbrow, Corner Lounge, Next Level Brewing Company. We'll have the food truck set up at the old Central Filling Station property. Concerts on the main stage at Yeehaw until the noise ordinance kicks in at 10 o'clock, and then we'll have a silent disco until midnight.
Okay, love it. All right. Have a motion and a second. No further questions. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Look forward to seeing you this Saturday.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll now move on to 8A, Amalfi Ristorante Italiano Paul Martin. Was my best Italian. I mean, I butchered the Greek, so let's go for something. Name and address for the record.
Yes, Paul Martin, Amalfi Ristorante Italiano.
All right.
5005 Kingston Pike.
I cut you off the important part.
No worries, sorry.
All right. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We need the certificate of occupancy and health department approval.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve pending final documentation, but I also wanted to compliment you on having a very good server compliance plan. I really liked the conducting the regular reviews and the internal audits for compliance. Like I always say, we love for you to come down here and get started with an opportunity, but we don't want to have you come back because something happened. So I love that you're paying so much attention to the server compliance plan, so appreciate it.
My background is in designing security for the government, so I have a lot of compliance background. So
Very good.
It's
And
very important to me.
are you going to make a are you looking at serving food on the Amalfi Coast? What's going on with that?
Regional Italian from all over, some northern, some southern, some New Yorkese is what we call it, kind of things that were developed in the U.S., but really are kind of have their roots from Italy.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
We're going to do some fun stuff.
All right. So I have a motion and a long-awaited second. Any additional questions? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir. We look forward to coming and dining. Next agenda item is Ash's Beer Market Michael Saporito, maybe? Name and address for the record.
John Todd.
Oh,
40
you'll come up to the microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
John Todd, 4524 Old Kingston Pike.
All right, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We only needed the surrender of the existing permit, which appears to be in hand.
Oh, somebody's going to leave with their beer permit tonight. Maybe. We haven't voted yet. Okay. Any questions or motions? Yes, Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that I still, even though he hasn't turned it in yet, have to make a motion pending final documentation, which I know will be rectified quickly, and it is quickly seconded, so I appreciate that. But I also wanted to mention that in our packets, you had an original beer, not a server compliance plan, and we had a chance to chat, and you guys did a supplement one, which I know my colleagues hadn't got a chance to look at yet. But I wanted to highlight the things you did add, which I really appreciate. It's much more thorough. Pre-shift meetings, monthly reviews, annual retrains, and those audits that we talked about earlier. So really appreciate you doing that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Did I have a motion from you, Councilman Roberto? And then we had a second. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Casa Mar Mexican Restaurant, Karina Garcia or Hugo Garcia. Yes, name and address for the record.
My name is Sergio Almendaro, and it's 8520 Kingston Pike.
All righty. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We need a certificate of occupancy and health department approval.
Okay. Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Chair. Looking through the file, it looks like the server compliance plan is basically a letter that's being sent to the Knoxville Beer Board. Can you talk to us about the things that you're going to do to make sure that you're not over-serving or serving underage patrons?
Pretty much everybody will be asked for the ID before they serve the beer and control the people around.
Okay. And with your servers, is that making sure you're IDing folks? Is that something that you're going to talk about pre-shift with all the servers?
Yes, sir. We have a class every week to make sure they follow that rule.
So you're going to have pre-shift meetings as well as a weekly meeting with the server staffs to make sure that they're doing this?
Just to enforce the.
Okay. Have you thought about getting one of those electronic devices that can scan the IDs to make sure that they're at the right age?
Not yet, but that's a good idea. We can follow on that idea.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to approve pending final documentation, but I did want to ask that if you would, can you maybe go back and revisit that server compliance plan and send me an update?
Sure.
Talking about the things we just chatted about today?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next agenda item is 7E, well, maybe I'm wrong, it might be 8. 8, sorry. 8E, Pete's Restaurant and Coffee Shop. No? D, oh, I am so sorry. 8D, Knoxville Sport Bar and Lounge. Baron Ponce. Getting ahead of myself. Push the button again. Okay.
My name is Byron Ponce, 8705 Unicorn Drive, Knoxville Sports Bar.
All right, appreciate it, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
Our file is complete.
Thank you. Councilman Roberto?
Thank you for knowing that I was going to put my light on.
Well, you had it on, I think, and you turned it off.
Thank you.
Just playing games with me.
Mr. Frost, I know we've had a lot of discussions about this application. I think there was a request at the last meeting that we get an updated affidavit talking about the ownership. Looks like that came in late. Could you maybe review for us the things that were going on in this case?
Thank you, Mr. Roberto. Very briefly, because this property has a history that predates the applicant, Mr. Ponce. There was a TABC and KPD did go out there before Mr. Ponce had a beer permit and a liquor license, and there were citations issued for selling beer without a permit. I don't remember if they were also cited for selling alcohol with a permit. And there's been an issue as to who actually owns the business. And this is important because, as the beer board knows, the permit, a beer permit is to be in the name of the ownership. And the matter was postponed last time. Mr. Ponce, to his credit, has gotten Mr. Stan Young, who's standing there with him, to help him out. And Mr. Young was given by, Mr. Ponce, who I assume received it from Gary Viles, a document which Mr. Byrd did forward to all members of the beer board. But I've reviewed what's entitled a licensing receipt, and Allison Dyer in the law department likewise reviewed the same receipt, and there's some issues with it. I don't think it's really an issue of Mr. Ponce's, but the issue with the ownership is still not clear. I mean, for example, it talks about, well, I guess that's Mr. Viles' signature under seller. It's dated May 1st, 2025, yet that it's notarized by a notary public on August the 8th of 2025. There's a big gap in time, and I work in a law firm, and we have a number of notaries, and I asked the notary in my office to review this. And I explained to Mr. Young, I mean, respectfully, the notary in my office would never have notarized a document like this because she thought it was so faulty in terms of what the document was. And then we also have, Mr. Viles purports to be the sole owner of the business which is being sold to Mr. Ponce. We weren't clear on that before. However, back in June, the TABC heard from Mr. Viles that it was owned 51% Gary Viles, 49% Christy Smith. Even if you take this licensing receipt to be factual on its face, well, that represents 51% of the ownership. That doesn't represent the other 49% of the ownership. So Ms. Dyer and I were of the opinion that this was insufficient.
I think that we've had, obviously, several hearings of this, and we've made efforts to get things corrected. I really think that at this point, we just need a clean start. So I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Okay, I have a motion to deny and a second. Any further discussion or questions? Councilman, Vice Mayor Smith. I forgot who you were.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hear from the applicant if, based on Mr. Frost's summary, is there anything you would like to say?
Yes. Well, again, I want to make clear that kind of come into a house while it was already burning, I suppose, and I've tried to correct some of these things. Mr. Frost is correct that I shared a document that is entitled licensing receipt. Now, I didn't receive it till toward, I guess, the deadline that was, I guess, I don't know if it was Thursday at noon or whatever that deadline was to have these things posted. Now, I did turn this in before noon. I had nothing to do with the drafting of this document. I believe this document was drafted by Mr. Viles. It certainly wasn't drafted by Mr. Ponce. And Mr. Viles is not an attorney, at least I hope he's not. And I don't know exactly what is meant by licensing receipt. Mr. Frost did forward to me I guess, an email that purports to be from Mr. Akins with TABC. Now, the way I read this email was from June 23rd of 2025, and it stated that, at least it seemed Mr. Atkins reviewed documents or reviewed their current license for this business at this location, and that's how they determined that Mr. Viles and a Christy Smith were listed on the alcohol license. Now, currently, it's my understanding that Mr. Ponce owns this business and has bought this business outright from these individuals. Now, it is his business license that is being used for this business. It is his name that is on the beer permit. No one else's name is on it. And he is the one who has applied to TABC by himself. Now, to my knowledge, and I've been at this location just to view some of the construction or some of the updating and fixing of the different things that the city has wanted Mr. Ponce to do. And I've never encountered Mr. Viles or Ms. Smith. I believe Mr. Ponce, and I don't believe that they have any ownership in this business. And I guess if what everyone wants to see or hear from directly from Mr. Viles or Ms. Smith, and again, I've not had any conversations with either one of these two individuals, because as my understanding is they have nothing to do with this business. And I don't know how many individuals have actually spoken directly with Mr. Viles or Ms. Smith, and that Mr. Smith or Mr. Viles has said anything to the contrary. And so I really would love to try to avoid Mr. Ponce having to restart yet again. I mean, if that is the will of this commission, he will do that. But if what is wanting to be seen now is that Mr. Smith and Mr. Viles have no more business ownership or interest in this business, then I guess I would be asked to have my office draft up the affidavit for both of these individuals and have them sign it to the effect that they no longer have any interest in this business. If that is the issue that we're talking about here, and that's the specific issue, and there aren't any other issues, then I certainly can have that done. I will do it myself, and I will have them tracked down myself. And then if the board even wishes to try to have these individuals come in here, I'll try to arrange that. I don't know that I can promise that, but.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to supporting the motion. I do want to give clear instruction to the applicant about what's required for the resubmission. So Mr. Frost or Councilman Roberto, whichever one of you would like to, please be clear now for them to know what to do.
Well, assuming if it was Mr. Roberto who made the motion, it would be starting from anew. Mr. Young, I have no doubt, he has worked to try to get this addressed, but Mr. Young can't control Mr. Viles or maybe Ms. Smith as well. They just respectfully need to. I mean, it's great to hear Mr. Young say he'll take care of the paperwork himself. We've had other issues with other businesses. There was a business at Cedar Bluff recently, and there's a business in downtown Knoxville that sold and did not have new beer permits. So the beer inspectors had to tell people to stop selling beer because there's been a change in ownership, and the ownership is murky with this situation. There's a process that an owner has to go through, fingerprint and background check. And we've got conflicting information if Mr. Viles and Ms. Smith are involved. And that needs to be clarified simply because it's the legal obligation for an owner to apply.
What does that clarification look like?
Well, Mr. Young's going to come up with something, I'm sure,
I'd like to avoid that. I mean, I appreciate there's been a lot of issues with this application, but just resetting and going through the same motions again are going to put us back here, and I just want the applicant to have clear direction.
Sure, and if before, assuming the motion passes, if Mr. Young wants to forward something to me that he's drafted before he approaches the Viles and Smith. I will review it, and I'll ask Ms. Dyer in the law department to also review it, to hopefully address the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I can do that. And again, I guess the only thing I want to say, and I probably don't need to say any more, but I'm sorry, I'm an attorney. I'm not getting paid by the word here, but I can't seem to shut myself up. I do kind of want to tease out a little bit, that Mr. Viles and Ms. Smith, apparently they were good enough at some point in time to be on permits and licenses before. So I'm not certain that and I understand it being murky. I take what you mean. I don't take offense to that. I don't know that Mr. Ponce takes offense to that, but we're not dealing with people who are infamous, at least to my knowledge, with this board. So, I mean, we're not dealing with strangers. However, again, I will make sure that I draft up the affidavits myself. I will forward them on to Mr. Frost. He can review them, give me suggestions to change them. I will change them in any way that they need to be, and I'll make sure that they're signed and notarized and given to the board. If that is what is the issue here, I certainly can do that.
What I've said in many circumstances over the years is that we want people to succeed. We want their businesses to succeed, but we want them to do so within the ordinances and the bounds of the law. And Mr. Young, I'm sure from listening, he's going to get those efforts done.
Councilwoman Fugit.
Just to refresh my memory, starting over cost what?
Mr. Frost or Mr. Byrd?
Well, yes, ma'am. Yeah, it would be a new fee of $300 is the beer permit fee would have to be.
And all existing documentation could still be used?
Probably much of it, ma'am. I believe the certificate of occupancy would stand, things of that nature. I don't know if Mr. Ponce would perhaps have to do his background check again.
Okay.
Most things could be redone, though.
Okay, I'm just, in the interest of time, I'm trying to figure out how we could, if it's pay a little money and pay an attorney to do a piece of paper, then that can happen quickly. If it's starting all over because all the documentation can no longer be used, that's a different thing. So, thank you.
Any additional questions or discussion? All right, I have a motion to deny and a second. Is that correct? Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, next agenda item is 8E, Pete's Restaurant and Coffee Shop, Jacob Legrander. Name and address for the record, please.
Jacob Legrander, 540 Union Avenue.
All right, thank you, sir. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We need the certificate of occupancy and an updated notice of actions contact page.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the second item?
The notice of actions contact page. Specifically, the person to receive service of process has to be a Knox County resident. That's on that listing.
Okay. And I don't know if anyone here knows, do we have a status on the certificate of occupancy?
Yes, sir. I checked into it today. It looks like you have one more inspection, and then you should have your certificate of occupancy. That was the building final inspection.
Does he need to schedule that, make a call to schedule that, or is it already scheduled?
No, ma'am. He'll need to schedule it. If there was any work to be done, obviously that needs to be done first, but if there's no work, I would go ahead and get it scheduled.
The certificate of occupancy was merely a transfer of ownership from the previous ownership to myself. There's no construction of any kind that's been done or will be done anytime soon. I've been trying to schedule all the inspections for 2 weeks and having a little bit of a snafu in scheduling.
I'll be glad to help you out for this.
Yeah, that's why we make Mr. Johnson sit through the beer board. He'll help you at the end. Mr. Legrander. Mr.
Fantastic.
Johnson will help you at the end of the meeting with where you're getting hung up on that. Okay. Any further questions? Would anybody like to make a motion? No 6th District representative here, so, oh, yes. Okay, I've got a motion? Okay, pending final documentation, motion pending final, yeah, that. Any further discussion or questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? All right, anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next agenda item is 8F, the pink cactus. Harold Goldston, maybe? Kevin LaRoche.
Hello. Yeah, Harold Goldston, 1147 Sevier Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. Officer Presley.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
I got a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? Vice Mayor Smith.
When can people start singing?
Hopefully in a couple weeks. I'm going to go paint right after this, so.
Is it pink?
Yeah, you're
Yep, everything's very pink. Go by the house, it's super pink.
Can't miss it.
Can't miss it.
We look forward to it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, we all look forward to doing a joint number as karaoke singers.
Christmas party.
Whoa.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further questions or discussion? We can pick out a song later. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, 9A, Fast Hand LLC, Kevin Hibbs, Amber Green.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Hibbs contacted me today. He's stuck out of town until this evening and asked if I would appeal to the board to extend him to September.
I'll make a motion to move them to September.
All right. I got dueling motions and seconds. You got that? All right. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Move to September meeting. Next is 9B, Mother Bar, Jade Adams, Dylan Pacifico. Name and address for the record, please.
Dylan Pacifico, 15 Emory Place, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37917.
All right, thank you, sir. So could you give us an update of where we are?
Yep. So we have our architectural plan submitted and approved, and we're working on the construction of the bar equipment, and then we'll have health department come in once we're ready.
Okay, do you have any idea how much longer you'll be working on things?
Well, last time I thought we'd be done, so no, I would ask for the longest extension possible, just in case, so I don't have to come back.
Councilman Thomas, would you like to turn your mic on?
Move to extend to November.
Okay, I have a motion to extend to November, and I have a second. Any further questions or discussion?
No, 3 months is about as far as we generally go out, so.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, I hope we're done by then, so.
We will come visit you in person, out there in the real world.
Okay.
Within, and not see you here. That's the hope. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is 12, and we have a whopping night here, so I'm going to make this quick. If you will look at your agenda, the next agenda item is the other business, and I just wanted to point out to the Beer Board members, if you look at the attachment in the agenda item, Section 494 of the code, fines utilized to pay hearing expenses. Mr. Johnson has repeatedly given us an update of the funds in the till, I should say, in the budget line item, $251,000. There are two ways that those funds can be used, and one is for the expenses of hearings and officers related to that, and the second part, if you read the code in front of you, is for excess funds can be used for education purposes related to drinking and or alcohol abuse upon approval of such projects by City Council. And I am just inviting you to know that I've had conversations with Mr. Johnson as well as Metro Drug Coalition. Metro Drug Coalition does do a lot of work within our schools about underage drinking and drugs and education. And so we're having some conversation about how we could offset and help fund some of the work that they do with the beer fund monies there. And that would appear on our regular council agenda, not on a beer board in the future, potentially as a amendment to.
It would be an appropriation.
Appropriation, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for their programs. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts on that? Okay. Oh, all right. Well, seeing none, I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
6 o'clock, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with an invocation led by Councilmember Parker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Smith. Please rise as you're able.
We come before you tonight, many of us with burdened hearts as we witness the struggles of our communities grappling with decades of disinvestment and now forces of gentrification. We see our neighbors facing displacement, their homes and livelihoods threatened by rising costs and changing landscapes. We pray tonight for your guidance and intervention to curb the tide of gentrification and its detrimental effects on individuals and families. We ask that you awaken our hearts and the hearts of our city's developers and leaders to the importance of equitable and inclusive development, ensuring that all people have access to safe, affordable housing, well-resourced public amenities, and the ability to thrive in their communities. Inspire us tonight to become agents of change, to stand in solidarity with those experiencing displacement, and to adopt policies that prioritize the well-being of all, not just the privileged few. Strengthen our resolve to work towards a world and a city where every individual can find dignity, stability, and belonging in their own homes and in their own neighborhoods. May our prayers tonight be met with divine action, and may our collective efforts contribute to building a city where justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream.
Please face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit. Here. Councilman Helsley.
Here.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Here.
Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilman Roberto.
Here.
Councilwoman Singh. Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas. Here. All members present, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along, is there a motion on the minutes of the July 31st workshop?
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion on the minutes of the August 5th regular meeting?
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to tonight's agenda. Are there any items to be withdrawn? Are there any items to be postponed? Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to postpone item 9J, for 2 weeks to September 2nd. There are just some conversations we need to have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion made to postpone item 9K for 2 weeks. Is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion to postpone item 9K carries. Any other items to be postponed? Okay, are there any items to be added by motion? Is there a consent item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion also to approve many of the items on second reading that were all unanimous from the previous meeting, and those items are 9F through 9I and 9L through 9Y. I'd like to move those to consent agenda, please.
Okay, motion has been made to move the items he just described on second reading to the consent agenda, which I guess we'll re-vote on.
Just to clarify, no speakers have signed up for these items either.
Okay, does everyone understand the motion before them? You need-
Hey, just
Okay.
just for clarity.
Everything but J in the second reading. Is that right?
That's
K's
right.
already been postponed.
9J is the only item that would remain in.
Everything but the non-conforming lots
second, right,
one.
yeah.
That's clear.
Yeah. Okay, so all items but item J will be added to the consent agenda. That's the motion before you. Does everyone understand the motion? Seeing no further questions or discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and I guess we need to re-vote on the consent agenda as amended, I suppose? Okay, so that was basically an amendment to the consent agenda. Is
Thank
there a
you.
motion on the amended consent
I will make a
agenda?
motion to approve the amended consent items.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. To members of the audience, this is good news. This means we'll get to the discussion of some of the items you might be most interested in a little faster. Okay. Any other comments or questions about the agenda tonight on consent or any of those others? Okay. We'll move right on to my report. Just a reminder, I see Vice Mayor Smith has his I voted sticker. It is still the final days of early voting here in the city council election. The last day to cast your ballot is this Thursday, and primary election day is Tuesday, August 26th. Turnout has been very low, so please get out and vote. Coming up this weekend is the return of one of our most beloved festivals, the Knox Asian Festival. It's in its 12th year and will be this Sunday from 10:30 to 6:30 at World's Fair Park. If you haven't been before, it's a wonderful festival filled with food, activities, and lots of amazing performances that celebrate Asian culture. You may not know, but in 2024, the Knox Asian Fest was awarded the Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Award for Best Festival. It's always a good time, and I hope to see many of you out there. Also, just a reminder, we are less than 2 weeks away from the return of Vols football. The first game is away, but it's a good time to remind everyone to check out parking and game day information on our website. We have a whole page complete with 2025 game day parking map to help make your game day experience the best it can be. You can go to the URL knoxvilletn.gov/game day. That tells you about pre and post game traffic patterns, what it costs to park in lots, garages, plus cat football service options and more. And last but not least, rules of decorum. A quick reminder, we are here to do the city's business. Those who wish to speak either to a specific agenda item or during public forum need to sign up with Mr. Johnson, the city recorder, before 4 p.m. Do not use profanity, and when speaking to specific agenda items, you must stay on topic. Remarks must be germane to the question ahead of the assembly. That is, statements must have bearing on whether the pending motion should be adopted. Those who fail to adhere to these rules will be ruled out of order. For those who are listening, please note if you disrupt a public meeting, you will be asked to leave or escorted out. I appreciate everyone's respect for these rules. That does it for my mayor's report. Are there any reports from council members? Councilmember Ryder.
Yes, I just wanted to announce a reminder that the audit committee will be meeting tomorrow, August 20th at 3 p.m. in room 461 here at the City County Building.
Okay, Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I wanted to announce an event. The East Tennessee Design Center is sponsoring a community input session, and that's on 2 key sites in North Knoxville. The discussion will be about the Knox County Central Building on Central Avenue, which is still known somewhat as the old Sears Building. And then the other is the county's maintenance operation and facility on East 5th Avenue. East Tennessee Design Center is going to have more or less an open house. They really want public input, get people's ideas of what to do about or with these 2 sites, just information gathering. And that will be at between 5 and 7 tomorrow at the Brookside at 1221 North Central Street. So come out and participate. And that concludes my council report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council will host a workshop next Thursday in this room at 4 p.m. to discuss employee recruitment, retention, and development. That's again 4 p.m. next Thursday in this room. And the only other second announcement I had was that, as you mentioned, it's almost Election Day, which can only mean one thing, and that's Councilwoman Ryder's birthday is around the corner. So I'd like to wish Councilwoman Ryder a happy birthday early.
Okay, thank you for those reports and updates. Seeing no further council reports, we'll move right on with the agenda.
8C is a resolution confirming the reappointment of John Clark to the Board of the Public Building Authority.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
8D is a resolution expressing support for the mayor's reappointments of Amelia Galvis, Shannon Herron, Halaria Rivera, and Jondell Stratton, and the appointments of Lindsay Brine, Jarius Bush, Casey Fox, Shayla McDaniel, Melody Ratliff, and Jake Ingram to the Mayor's Maker Council.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
8E is a resolution confirming the appointment of Beth Miller to the Knoxville Transportation Authority Board.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9J is an ordinance to approve an amendment to the Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Article 17.3, non-conforming lot of record, to enable the development of non-conforming lots of record while ensuring the development remains aligned with the neighborhood in which it is to be located. Knoxville, Knox County Planning applicant, all districts.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. There is one person signed up to speak in favor of this. It's Bentley Marlowe.
I think it's opposition.
Oh, maybe it's signed up against it. I was a little surprised to see it was for, but maybe that's a... It's against. Okay. I stand corrected. He's signed up to speak in opposition to this item. We'll hand those out. If you want to go to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. What's being distributed to you on the first is renderings. These are middle housing triplexes. This side that's labeled James Avenue, these are 30-foot wide lots. This design just run one approval against staff objection at last week's Planning Commission. So as of this very moment, until you vote, this is legal. This can be built on a non-conforming lot. This is a 17-foot wide structure. Each unit's roughly 625 square feet. I can bring them to market, I believe, and sell them at right under $200,000, which is a price point that is not existing, does not exist. $200,000 for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom home. It fits on a non-conforming lot. What you see here is two side-by-side 30-foot wide lots, 921 James Avenue, 925 James Avenue. Together, this makes 6 dwelling units at $200,000 each. That's 6 homes on the market at a price point that's affordable. It will generate approximately $6,500 worth of city property tax each year. On the back of that sheet, this is 1409 West 5th Avenue and 1415 West 5th Avenue. These two non-conforming lots are a mere 25 feet wide. Again, here's the 17-foot wide triplex that won at Planning Commission last week. It was deemed compliant with our current middle housing rules. Again, each triplex is one bedroom, one bathroom, approximately 625 square feet. They meet all of our regulations, and I believe I can bring this to market at under $200,000. This project will generate for the city approximately $6,500 in annual property tax each year. This is what you're voting to stop. So if there's any belief that this body and this city cares about affordable housing, I urge you to postpone or send this amendment back to planning to where it can be properly discussed and thought out. Because in the haste to attempt to stop my development, that's what this amendment's all about. It's all to try to stop me. We also, if you vote today, are eliminating the possibility to use nonconforming lots for group homes. You're preventing and eliminating the ability to use nonconforming lots for community gardens. You're preventing and eliminating the ability to use nonconforming lots for parks. We have the email from Peter Ahrens that confirms that, and it's been forwarded to all of you before the meeting. This second page that I handed out, on one side you see an email from Director Brooks. It's dated October the 5th, 2023. There's been a lot of conversation about a so-called loophole in the middle housing that allows nonconforming lots to be combined with middle housing. I raised that issue repeatedly in 2023 from this very podium, both before Planning Commission, in city workshops, and before you all at City Council. I was told they wouldn't apply. However, once I started submitting applications, and I've been approved before this win last week for duplexes on 27-foot wide, 25-foot wide, 32-foot wide, and 30-foot wide lots, it very clearly applied. But in preparing for this, I went back and I found in this email, and in this email you'll see it has this attachment, mh.data_10.4.23.pdf. That was a slide presentation made by our planning department. In it, it has, and I've exerted the two tables that are of most relevance. It states, and I circled it in red, quote, there are currently 1,988 vacant parcels in zoning districts affected by the proposed middle housing standards, RN2 through RN4. The only way from this data to get to 1,988 parcels requires that you add in the second graph, it shows that you have less than 36 feet wide, it's 154. And that gives you a total of 2,039. But notice the footnote says only in RN2, RN3, and RN4. So if you go up to the first table with the yellow heading and you subtract 51, that's the number of RN1 lots. So you subtract 51 from 2,039, you get 1,988, precisely the number of lots that Planning Commission knew and told everyone, albeit buried in this slide, that would be affected by middle housing. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no loophole to exclude nonconforming lots from middle housing. It was known, and it's right here. The proof is right here. So I urge you to postpone this and send this back for the reasons stated above. And I'd like to also remind, well, we have a sales tax referendum on the agenda. If you'd let me build these, each one of these developments, $6,500 in city property taxes, we wouldn't have to be selling our public parks at Chilhowee to come up with money. Thank you.
Council, that concludes people signed up to speak to this agenda item. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those, is there, I can't see your, okay, Councilmember Singh.
I still object to this, and then I think that Mr. Marlowe brought up a lot of issues that are of my concern too. I'm going to put out there again to make a motion to postpone and send this back to Metro Planning, or to Planning Commission. Second.
Okay, a motion has been made to remand it to
Yes.
Planning Commission, and that's been made and seconded. Councilmember Ryder?
I guess that's a priority motion, and I'm speaking to the motion.
Yes.
Do not support your motion to postpone. I'm in favor of going ahead and passing this. I've had conversation with Ms. Brooks about the concerns that Mr. Bartholomew and Mr. Marlowe brought up to me about community gardens and personal gardens. And I have brought that to Ms. Brooks' attention, and we will look at making sure those uses get added back into the code potentially. But in the meantime, for those of us who live in the TDR and advocated and met with the communities and the neighborhoods in the TDR, this is not what they intended when they supported, and we passed this for them on their behalf. I appreciate the conversations that I've had with both Mr. Parker and Mr. Bartholomew. Mr. Parker let me know the impacts that this decision makes on capitalism, and I appreciate him sharing that information with me. There was extensive conversation at the Planning Commission. No planning commissioner has reached out to me to say they regret their vote, and it passed unanimously. And I believe what was stated at Planning Commission. Are you just started over 5 minutes? Am I done? Keep talking? You want me to stop talking?
Was it
Okay.
5 minutes? I'm
Have I
sorry.
done 5? Messed up
Okay.
my time. Okay, that's all. Last thing I was going to say was, the discussion at hand is that the standard size of the lot width and the standard area of the lot, width and area are things that were discussed at length in 2019, 2018, maybe, recode. Sorry if I mixed up my years there. And the discussion at hand is to potentially look at changing the width and those standards that we decided. 50 feet wide is what was recommended to us at the time by the planning director at that time, and what many people at the Planning Commission and many people in both the building community and the community are willing to look at. And what I've talked with Ms. Brooks about is looking at the standards for width and area rather than having no standards at all for non-conforming. So I cannot support your motion to postpone. It is not what the neighborhoods intended when they supported it for those who live in the TDR where this impacts them.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh?
I think this is a class issue. And Amelia Parker's invocation at the beginning, I think, addressed a lot of this. This is about making homes for people who can afford something under $200,000, not about someone looking out of their window and seeing some density and feeling uncomfortable by it. So I hope we postpone so we can look at it a little bit more deeply.
Councilmember Parker?
For me also, this is about process and ensuring we have, adopt policies that have the impact that we want. And when it was brought to my attention, the other uses that would not be possible with this change, it brought concerns to me because I've seen these uses used, especially in the 6th district, but in other places as well, to create those community gardens. And this is not, this is different from a personal garden. A community garden should be a space that community members can visit and tend to their, tend to whatever they're growing. So it needs we need to make sure that we are not making changes that do not allow them. Also, the empowerment that a neighborhood has when they're able to turn a unused property into a park for the area, I think is also another good use. And I think that Councilmember Singh makes a good argument that how we are approaching this conversation does not seem to be guided by affordability. And I don't know if I feel that this discussion needs more space, essentially, is what I feel. To have this come before us and us pass this, which will have some pretty serious ramifications, and then to trust that another process will follow to address the issues that have come up, does not give me any confidence in this process. For me, it would be better to do it correctly initially, so we have a clear understanding of what we are doing and why we are doing it. It's hard for me to commit to making changes because of promises that have been made to the community, because in my opinion, this is in alignment with what has been discussed. The increased density in the TDR. I've heard from neighbors who are outside of the affected area who have questions about how these changes will impact their single-family zoning in their area. I don't have clear answers for them, and I should have clear answers for them. But they do feel like this has an impact on them. When this has an impact just on non-conforming lots. So there's too much confusion around this, and there's no need to rush through a process and then potentially have a slow follow-up process to address the issues when we can do it all at one time. So that's my reason for not supporting this policy change, because we are acknowledging today that making these changes will result in outcomes that we do not desire, and that we will have to take additional steps to address those outcomes that we do not desire. So let's address those now.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also heard from developers specifically that are doing projects and live and reside in the 6th District that have share those same concerns as it relates to this. So I'd like to see more due diligence done on this as well. So just wanted to add that comment.
Okay, the motion before you is a yes vote will be to remand it back to Planning Commission. A no vote would be back to the original motion to approve them. So does everyone understand what you're voting on? All those in favor, please. Oh, Councilmember Fugit.
So we cannot postpone. If we send it back to Planning Commission, that is remanded back to them to look at it again, and the starts all over. It's not a postponement to talk about it for a couple of weeks.
Councilmember Singh, is your motion is to remand? Is that correct?
Okay, thank you. Just being clear.
Okay, Councilmember Ryder.
Councilwoman Singh, what exactly would you like Planning Commission to look at if it's remanded back? Oh, that's okay. I ran over my M&Ms a while ago. If anybody wants to know why I got tangled up in my chair. Your microphone's not on. I'm so sorry.
I did have people come up and from planning and ask about.
From planning commissioners or citizens?
No, from planning commissioners.
Okay.
And just expressing some confusion about it. Some people who had stepped down before it, that had a lot of experience in this, feeling that some of the commissioners didn't quite understand the length of it. Even talking to the chair of the commission, I believe he expressed that there was probably more to this than they looked at.
So if it was remanded back at planning, what are we asking Ms. Brooks and her staff to do?
Some more education on this and the consequences and the unintended consequences.
Ms. Brooks, since it's still my 5 minutes, Ms. Brooks, if we do not remand this to you tonight, would your staff be able to look at things and recommend changes and bring it forth again?
Yes, we would.
Would we be able to get any changes that we wanted into this turned into your staff by Monday for the October deadline if we wanted to have personal gardens, community gardens, or parks added back into, are they in fact impacted by this? Like those are ruled out uses? So if I have an RN2 or a 3 or a 4 or whatever lot, maybe Mr. Ahrens wants to come answer this, or Mr. Berry. I have 3 minutes and 17 seconds, so you can run yourself up to the podium and push it. There you go. You can get enough steps in today. Let's work harder here. Mr. Ahrens, I don't need a permit to do a garden. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I can plant my turnips on a lot that is a non-conforming lot, but if one of my neighbors says, oh, that's not an allowed use, is this about permits or is this about use and codes compliance? Mr. Rosenberg, Mr. Ahrens, I don't know who wants to answer this.
We would only really get involved if there was a complaint.
So if my neighbor complained that I put a garden on a non-conforming lot that was 25 foot wide because 17 point, whatever we're looking at here, says non-conforming lots are only allowed to be used for single-family houses, does that apply to pulling permits or does that apply to planting turnips?
I believe the
Y'all,
answer,
this is what we do. We parse the hairs here. Be prepared. There's a whole night of this.
I understand. I've never, the only time in my 11 years with the city, the only time I've gotten involved with a garden is when it is overrun and it is not really acting like a garden and it acts like blight. And so I've not, the answer to your question is it's both the use and permitting. You Yeah.
Okay. For anyone who's confused, I just heard that. Mr. Bartholomew raised to me that you might not be able to do one of the allowed uses, community gardens and personal gardens on a lot because of this change to non-conforming lots. And I am of mind that we do not need to remand it back to council to get those uses back in. They do not require a permit, and I will be happy to turn in a change by Monday's deadline to Ms. Brooks to make sure that those loose uses can be reviewed separately if there needs to be an edit, and they can get it on the next planning agenda. In the meantime, I will defer to Mr. Aaron's expertise that he has had one complaint about an overgrown garden and that don't require permits in his entire time here at the city.
Councilmember Fugit?
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, if planning commissioners have expressed that they would like to reconsider this, how can they do that on their own without us remanding it back? Or can they not take it up unless we send it back to them?
They could request that staff take another look at the ordinance. They could do that in their own meeting. And they could provide additional guidance to us on what exactly they wanted to look at in terms of further amendments.
And about how long does that kind of work usually take?
It depends on their specific request or your specific request, what exactly you all would want us to look at.
Okay, thank you.
If it's just adding back the items, the uses that Councilmember Ryder mentioned, it would not take very long.
Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. And so also want to, someone asked, so would this also be applicable to gazebos? Or we know there's some people who have chickens who may want to do a chicken coop or something. Would this cover it? Would that be considered or looked at in more detail if sent back?
Yes, or we could take another look at this at the meeting deadline for October is on Monday. If we wanted to make sure that those uses were addressed, we could do that at that time without having to remand it back.
Councilmember Thomas.
I'm sorry, but if it's remanded, it will be researched and reconsidered, correct?
It could be. What I'm saying is that it's not necessary for it to come back just specifically for us to make sure that those uses are considered in the future. If that makes sense.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, I think Director Brooks-Smith just answered my question. If the commissioners can initiate bringing this back, they have that opportunity. And I'm still looking at this 15-0 vote that brought it up here. And at that time, as I mentioned, I think in the last meeting, if commissioners had doubts about their vote, they could have expressed them then, or they could have abstained, whatever. But not remanding it back today does not prevent them from initiating it at that level if any of those so desire. So I think we're not prohibiting them from having that opportunity. If there are those people on the commission who would like to review this again, they're not going to be prevented from doing that. I just I'm against sending it back on remand after they've already voted 15-0 to send it up here. I think we should deal with it up here. And then if they, in the future, or Monday, if they have second thoughts about their votes or want to review some more material that Mr. Marlowe's brought, that they would still have the opportunity. I just want to clarify that us not remanding it does not prevent the commission from reevaluating this.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh and then Councilmember Ryder.
I don't know if there's a way to figure this out. I mean, even an approximation, Ms. Brooks, on passing this now. How many units are at jeopardy in the range that we keep talking about, we have a crisis about? Any guesstimate you can give?
I can't speak to the number of housing units, because what you're talking about is, it depends on someone taking advantage of the non-conforming lots and saying anything that's allowed. So I
know it's a really vague
I
question.
apologize, I can't.
And that's
speculate
something
on
that maybe planning could look at again. Right.
We'd have to look at the maximum potential.
Right.
Under specifically middle housing. Because the non-conforming lots are, as Director Barry mentioned in one of his memos to you all, are provided additional rights that are not given to conforming lots. So we want to, we have explored that particular issue.
I believe Jeff Tallman is here, and I can't believe I'm about to agree with him. If we're serious about housing, we need to do something about housing. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder.
I just wanted to have some clarity. Mr. Ahrens, just real quickly, since the question was asked about chickens, those are regulated by the Animal Control Board, is that correct?
They are.
So they're not
and
issued building permits through your department?
They're not. But
And so Animal Control Board is not looking at whether it's a conforming or a non-conforming lot? Yes, sir?
Section 107 provides the clarity that I think you're looking for.
Okay.
It's basically says the permittee must occupy the residence on the property where the chickens are kept.
So there has to be a primary structure that is an occupied structure?
Yes,
Okay, all right. So we can't have chickens unless we have a house that's already there.
you got to live in the property that you
Okay.
have chickens.
And things like gazebos and some of the other things that brought up, those would be secondary structures. You would have to have a primary structure prior to, like I can't build a garage or a shed
Correct.
before I have a dwelling.
And that's whether or not it's a
Okay,
lot of conforming
Okay.
lot or non-conforming.
all right, I appreciate it. Ms. Brooks, can we commit to having a conversation which was had at the Planning Commission by the commissioners, not your commissioners? The commissioners had a discussion about lot width and area. Is that something that could be looked at further and do an analysis of whether we're at the right sizes that we came up with in 2018, 19, whatever year it was?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Each time we have this discussion, this meeting and the last meeting, I learn something new, and we get some further clarification, which leads me to feel that this should be remanded. And I'm not clear on why we would not do that when we're admitting that we're going to make additional changes. I'm wondering if anyone has this information. I did not ask for it before the meeting, so you may not have it. But are there pending permits on non-conforming lots that we should be concerned about moving forward in the next 2 months before this policy could be revised? Could Mr. Ahrens or anyone speak to that?
I don't have the details, but I believe there are applications that have been submitted. I don't know, again, I don't know the details.
You don't know how many, you don't know how many units that might represent?
I do not.
You do not, but you know there are pending applications.
I've been told that there have been applications submitted.
Okay, thank you. So we don't know how many developers are pursuing developments on these lots. We've heard from a couple of council members that they have talked to developers who are worried about how this would impact them. Obviously, we want developments to move forward that are going to be cohesive and be amenities for our neighborhoods that we need. But I'm hesitant to support voting this down when, to me, it's a better process to remand it back, because we are talking about a review by the Planning Commission that has to happen anyway. Anything involving zoning has to be reviewed by planning. And I would rather send this back and then begin that work, immediately to prepare for that October meeting, rather than council attempt to take on identifying those items and getting it onto the agenda. I feel that feels like a better process to me, a better process that I can inform the community of, and they can have a better expectation of how this will move forward. Because I do feel that there may be things that will not be able to move forward in this interim period that we would like to see move forward. And I'm less concerned about things moving forward in this interim period that we would not like to see move forward. Based on some of the discussion tonight, based on some of the designs that we've seen. And one other piece of this that continues to be frustrating is that when we started the missing middle discussions, there was a commitment made by the city to create a collection of designs that the city would approve should a developer want to pursue missing middle. And when I talked to a few developers about this option and talked to the administration, I learned that those designs would come from the developers themselves as new projects move forward. So I do feel like we are in a learning process also as a city, and we should be more open to what the possibilities are. There are some developments that have moved forward that I think are horrendous, and I wish we could find a way to prevent them from moving forward. But there are some that we really need to be open to, and we need to start collecting those designs so that developers have a good understanding of what's going to get approved in the city and what is not.
Thank you. Council Member Fugit.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions, but this is complex and it's coming back to me. Did I dream this, Ms. Brooks or somebody, but why did this even come up in the first place? Was it somewhere I think I heard, read, or was told that we're addressing this with the non-conforming lots because right now there are things that can happen on a non-conforming lot that could not happen on a conforming lot?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so for me, that's a little bit of a different spin on this. If you couldn't do it on a conforming lot in a neighborhood, why, I'm assuming the thought process is then why would it be allowed on a non-conforming lot, which is even smaller? Is that how we originally got here to this discussion? Ms. Brooks.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is whether to remand this back to Planning Commission. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Motion fails. Back to the original motion as approved. The motion was made to approve, right? Okay, so now the motion on the floor is to approve this item. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Before we move on to the next item, I just want to take a point of privilege and recognize Mayor Dan Brown. Mayor Brown, we're glad to have you back in your old home thing. Thank you for being here. Now back to land use.
10Z is a resolution approving an appeal by Mohammed Ragab of the Board of Zoning Appeals denial of a variance to decrease the minimum interior side setback from 35 feet to 24 feet per Article 8.1, Table 8-1, in the Agricultural Zoning District for property located at 6109 Creekhead Drive, 3rd District.
Okay, council members, we will follow the normal procedure for an appeal. First, is there anyone here representing the appellant? Anyone here representing the appellant? What's his name? Mr. Ragab? Anyone here, Mr. Ragab, or representing Mr. Ragab? Okay. Then that makes that pretty short. Then we have the opportunity for anyone who's opposed to it. We do have one person signed up to speak in opposition to this item. It's Owen Gwynn. Owen Gwynn, are you present? Okay. Is there something that you, okay. Mr. Gwynn, please come up to the podium. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. And if you could start by stating your name and address for the record.
Council members, my name is Owen Gwynn. I live at 6111 Creekhead Drive. My wife and I, Kathy, have lived there 32 years. My property borders this gentleman that wants to change the setback/variance, and it specifically impacts me on my driveway. My lot is about 4 acres, and I don't guess you all have a copy of the survey, do you? Well, you can probably see from there, you all look young.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is Creekhead, and this is my driveway.
Yeah, if you could just point the microphone closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This is Creekhead. This is my driveway. This is Mohammed's property. And what he's talking about wanting to do is change the variance from 35 feet to 24. In other words, encroach on my property, which there's no reason to do that. If you enter my driveway right now, it's only 36 feet wide. If you subtract 11 feet from that, one of you young people, was that? Well, if you take 11 feet from it, you're putting me down to where I can barely get my car in my driveway. So if you approve this variance, I would be unable to take any type of wide load, any building material, or anything up my driveway. This gentleman took upon himself, while he was renovating the house that he bought, that you all asked him to stop work on because he didn't get a permit. He decided to cut some of my trees and some of my shrubs, which was a nice thing to do, but I didn't ask him to do that. And what he cut down was a vegetative barrier, because I'm a ecologist type person, you know, I'm for the environment. We cut all that down. So he don't like the environment. I think you all know the history on this gentleman. I think he's been before y'all before, and I think at the last meeting, I was ill and couldn't be here, but you unanimously voted down to not change that variance. I see no reason to do that. If we're going to play by the rules, let's play by the rules and don't cut people's trees down and cut their shrubs down. And if you're going to build something, get a permit. So, you know, maybe the rules don't apply to him, but I think you all think they need to apply to him. Any questions?
If council wants to ask questions, they'll do that a little later in the process.
I can't stay long.
I don't think they'll need that long.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Is there anybody, now the appellant has up to 2 minutes to rebut that. Is there anyone here for the appellant? Seeing nobody here to represent the appellant, the council discussion can move forward. Councilmember Singh.
I'd like to move to deny this appeal.
Okay, motion made to deny the appeal has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion, Councilmember Singh?
Mr. Ahrens, if you wouldn't mind giving a quick summary so that people know why I'm quick to do that. What was the procedure like? What was the process like with this homeowner?
Sure. Peter Ahrens, Director of Plans Review and Building Inspections. We received a complaint of somebody doing work without a permit. So on March 4th of this year, we sent an inspector out. I'm going to read his inspection report. It Said observed on-site footer system has been dug and rebar installed for addition on-site of house, interior remodel taking place. Left notice of violation taped on the front window. Worker on-site called the owner, and I advised him over the phone not to pour the footers and discontinue work until the job has been permitted for the work performed. Advised to pull any sub-trade permits for the sub-work to be completed. So I'm pretty proud that my staff made a pretty good report and gave the customer clear direction. That direction was not heeded. I'm told that the job is done.
Would you mind speaking to the BZA?
There was an application for this reduction in the side setback. The applicant did not show up to BZA. BZA looked at the merits of the request and denied the variance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you guys know I'm the wild, wild west of housing, and so if I'm saying no, there's a big problem.
Okay, any further questions or discussion? The motion before you is to deny the appeal. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The motion to appeal is denied. We are ready to move on to the next item.
11AA is a resolution recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Beck Cultural Exchange Center and celebrating the stewardship, work, and community involvement of Beck Cultural Exchange Center leadership and members in Knoxville and our region.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember McKenzie?
Mayor, I also need to make a motion to, I need to also make a motion to amend Section 3 of the resolution by adding the sentence, "The city recorder is directed to omit the final clause for such copy."
Okay, motion made to amend, as Councilmember McKenzie just set forth, has been made and seconded. Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. Councilmember McKenzie.
Mayor, I'd like for us to ask Reverend Renee Kessler if she's here, if she could come to the podium to be recognized, and if...
Is Reverend Kessler present?
I think
There
she's
she is.
headed this way.
Welcome, Reverend Kessler. We are so fortunate to have you in our community and to have the Beck Center. It was a pleasure to recognize 50 years of Beck's contributions to our city at Covenant Health Park at the 8th of August celebrations. What a special event. I know there are many council members were here, and we were able to do a lot of recognitions on that day. And so I'm very grateful for Councilmember McKenzie and the rest of council who wanted to extend these recognitions to this resolution today. Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to publicly recognize that in addition to our celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Beck Cultural Exchange Center, that we did, from the mayor's office, proclaim Reverend Renee Kessler as our African-American historian for the city of Knoxville. And for that, we are very grateful. And we'd like to ask you to say a few words, please.
Thank you. Typically, I have lots of words. I feel a little uneasy tonight. Mayor, thank you so very much. Former Vice Mayor Gwen McKenzie and City Councilwoman, thank you. And to all of the City Council members, I feel so honored. And to all the people that are here and who are so kind to me. I said to Dr. Robert Booker the last words before he transitioned. I gave him my word. I'll be a good steward over the resources entrusted to our care. I am honored to tell the stories of extraordinary people. I stand on the shoulders of those who came before me, and it's an awesome task to make sure that we're preserving that history, unsilencing the stories, but moreover, that we are never forgetting the struggles and the resilience of amazing people, many of which are in this room. I like the way James Baldwin says it. He says, if we're not afraid to look back, then nothing we're facing can frighten us. So we look back so we can look forward to a brighter future. It is my great honor to be the historian and moreover, to represent this great city in your leadership. Thank you.
Did we actually vote on that yet?
Yes, no, we haven't.
Okay, we actually have to vote on that still. There's a motion on, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does everyone understand what we're voting on? Thank you, Reverend Kessler, for your words. All those in favor of this wonderful resolution, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Beck Center. Thank you, Reverend Kessler. We're very grateful for your leadership and the Beck Center. Next item, please.
11AB is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a purchase and development agreement with Emerald Youth Foundation for the development of certain real property located on the south side of Magnolia Avenue, bounded by Beaman Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, and Alice Street, in order to serve youth and families throughout East Knoxville and the broader community by providing educational enrichment, sports, wellness, and other activities.
Council members, several people have signed up to speak to this item. We'll start with the three in favor, and then we'll do the three in opposition. And I just want to start by saying thank you to so many community members who took time out of your busy days on a school night. For those of you who are students or who parents of students, we really appreciate your willingness to come out, or just people taking time out of your lives to participate in this. So we'll start with the first speaker in favor is Reverend Harold Middlebrook. Reverend Middlebrook. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record. I think you're pretty well known, but the record is the record, so.
Mayor Kincannon, members of the council, my name is Harold Middlebrook. I live at 2334 Dandridge Avenue. I serve as chair of the Emerald Youth East Area Community Engagement Community, and I have served for more than 40 years as pastor of the Canaan Baptist Church of Christ, which is in East Knoxville. I am grateful to be able to share my fervent support for this project. I'd like to ask that the members of our committee, Emerald young people, parents, and all who are present tonight in support of this effort to please stand. I'm grateful to all of them, young and old, for their leadership, for their stepping up in support of East Knoxville. I've dedicated more than 45 years in serving the total community, but with a special emphasis on the elderly. The attention for me has now been kind of refocused in the last 3 years as I attempt to prepare our youth to act and respond in the hopes of reaching an elderly status. I'm old enough to know what elderly status is. For the last 3 years, many in our community have poured countless hours into contracting and contacting neighbors, businesses, and others in East Knoxville. Let there be no doubt, we have done our due diligence. We have been committed to listening, learning, and engaging with community members to shape this project. Many have endorsed it and know that it will make a huge difference for our East Side. I first became involved with Emerald from its inception many years ago when Pastor Bob Bean from Emerald Avenue United Methodist Church sought me out. His heart to serve children in the Oakwood Lincoln Park neighborhood was evident, and he wanted to do more for young people regardless of race, background, faith, or economic circumstances. Now here we are, 34 years later, with over 30,000 young people served through life-changing programs focused on youth across our city, North, South, Lonsdale West, and most notably the reason we're here now, East Knoxville. Having lived and served in East Knoxville for nearly 50 years, I have a personal stake in ensuring this investment truly benefits local families. This complex will bring life to an underutilized space, providing opportunities for recreation, education, community gathering, and yes, raising up our next generation of godly young adult leaders for Knoxville. One very important piece of feedback we heard from the conversations with persons and organizations was that this piece of property is ideal for the proposed facility because it is within walking distance of Austin East Magnet High School. It will serve young people right in their own neighborhood. It will be a place where children and teenagers can get help figuring out what they want to do after high school, and it will help them grow and contribute to East Knoxville and beyond. We have seen the tremendous difference the facility in Lonsdale is making, and despite what others may say, the complex is truly a community hub where children and families of many different races and backgrounds and other organizations are regularly served. We've prayed for this. We've worked toward this moment for 3 years, and your approval tonight would be a resounding victory for the children and families of East Knoxville, both now and for years to come. We would hope that you would vote tonight, not sometimes late, but tonight, to give these young people hope, to give them a sense of future, and to give them a sense of their direction. Thank you, and we're depending on you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of this item is Ava Kyle. Ava Kyle, if you could come up to the podium. Eva Kyle, if you could come up to the podium. State your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Eva Kyle, mailing address 2801 Woodbine Avenue. Good afternoon. I am a proud mother of 2 and a wife. My 8-year-old daughter, Inaya, and my 10-year-old son, Dallas. For the past 4 years, my children have been a part of Emerald Youth Foundation, and I'm here to speak in strong support of the Emerald Youth expanding its programs in East Knoxville and building this new facility where I grew up at. In addition to being an Emerald parent, in full disclosure, I work at Muse Knoxville. I am also a proud graduate of Austin East High School, and this year I am thrilled to be the voice of AE's marching band. Beat, beat. I hope you all will come out and support our team and band this fall. I am deeply invested not only in my own children, but in all children in our community. And I believe with my entire heart that this is exactly what Emerald Youth stands for, lifting up every child, meeting them where they are, and giving them the opportunities to thrive. Emerald Youth has been a constant source of growth, guidance, and community for my family. They have provided a program that is affordable, fair, and supportive to all children, regardless of their background, faith, or circumstances. An expansion in East Knoxville means more than just a new building. It means more space for children and families to learn, play, grow. It means more wellness opportunity, physical, mental, and emotional. And it means more young people will have a safe, inspiring place to go after school, on weekends, and in the summer. As a parent and as someone who works every day to inspire curiosity and confidence in children, I want to see our youth surrounded by resources that build them up. Emerald Youth is already doing that, and this expansion will allow even more children in East Knoxville to benefit from their work. On behalf of my family, I want to thank Emerald Youth for their years of dedication and care they've shown. And I want to thank each of you for considering what this expansion can mean for our city for years to come. I ask that you vote in favor of this transformative project. Thank you.
Thank you. The third speaker in favor of this item is Dr. Keith Gray. Dr. Gray, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Mayor Kincannon, City Council. My name is Keith Gray. My address is 11761 Couch Mill Road. My background is as a physician, and I'm currently the president and CEO of the University of Tennessee Medical Center, and also honored to be the chair, especially tonight, of the Board of Trustees of the Emerald Youth Foundation. I want to pause and ask my fellow trustees that are gathered here tonight, Byron Williamson and Adam Wright, to stand with me. Collectively, we stand in support, in strong support of this resolution. In my 18 years in this community, I've served thousands of people as a cancer surgeon, many of whom are in this room tonight. While I prescribe unique treatment regimens for each one of them, the common desire of all of them, as Reverend Middlebrook said, was hope. Proverbs 13:22 says, "Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but when desire is fulfilled, it is a tree of life." Hope doesn't say that I will solve all the problems of the community. Instead, it empathizes with the challenges of the community. It links arms with the people of the community, and it commits to walking with those members of the community wherever the journey leads. Emerald Youth's hope prescription is infusing faith and health and educational opportunities into the communities that it serves, addressing the spiritual, the mental, physical, and educational needs of urban youth and families. While it is not the only transformation model, the proof of concept is that it has changed lives in this community for over 3 decades. Most recently at the Haslam Sansom Ministry Complex in Lonsdale. There, you see students taking advantage of educational resources not previously available to them. You see family accessing health care that is high quality, that is equitable, and that is patient-centered. And as a father of 5, my favorite is that I see kids from diverse backgrounds playing and laughing together, all around that tree of life that I described that has been a catalyst for community pride and growth. The health center, operated by River Valley Health, is a primary care home for many in Lonsdale and surrounding communities, and has decreased the unnecessary utilizations of our area's emergency departments. River Valley Health, Covenant Health, East Tennessee Children's Health Hospital, New Direction Healthcare Solutions, Tenova, the University of Tennessee Medical Center, and the UT Institute of Aquaculture have all been, maybe for the first time in the history of this community, collaborating around one project to bring access to preventative and primary care, behavioral health, and high-need specialty services to East Knoxville as a part of this initiative. In addition, the facility will offer year-round access to safe and modern, even state-of-the-art athletic fields, courts, and walking trails that combat the chronic health issues by increasing daily physical activity for youth and adults. I want to leave you with a message that I was with the governor 6 hours ago, and I'm going to say the same thing here that I said to him. The economic prosperity of any community is directly correlated with the health of its constituents. Knoxville cannot achieve its best until everyone has an equal opportunity to live a full life. This initiative will be a spark for a healthier East Knoxville and also for a healthier Knoxville, helping families access care, stay active, and build a culture of wellness for generations to come. I encourage you to invest not in East Knoxville's future, but in Knoxville's future by voting yes to this initiative tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the three speakers signed up to speak in opposition. First is Denzel Grant. Mr. Grant. He'll step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Denzel Grant. My address is 3429 Langsing Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee. Here we are again. Big decision for District 6, and once again, another process that's flawed. I want to start by asking City Council a handful of simple questions that unfortunately I already know the answer to. By show of hands, how many of you were actually invited to a meeting and actually sat in a meeting about this process over the last 3 years?
Mr. Grant, I'll just remind you that this is your opportunity to address council. They'll have their conversation after.
The answer is 2. Councilwoman Gwen McKenzie, I'd like to ask you directly, how many public meetings did you host? Not Emerald. How many public meetings did you host where you invited your fellow council members and gave them real chances to be a part of this process? The answer is none. Now let me pause right there because I'm not looking to blame any particular council person. This isn't their fault. This is the administration's playbook. It's been their playbook. Over and over again, they pick one district representative, a couple of clergy, and maybe 1 or 2 organizations, and that's how they push major decisions forward. They create this illusion of support when it's already done. That's not governing. Yeah. That's not governing, that's controlling the process. Mayor Kincannon, there's 7 other people on council that you failed to coordinate with. I'd like to ask you a question. Where's the democracy when a mayor shows up herself in a green dress? Already signaling her support before the community and city council even has a real say. When the outcome is already dressed up before the process, the people are left without a voice. This is the same administration that wants to increase taxes to help build parks, but you're taking away a park, an historic park. This administration is making poor decisions financially over and over, and they want taxpayers to pay for it. Now, before I close, I want to be clear. I do not have a problem with Emerald Youth Foundation. I deeply respect the work that they do for this city. They uplift our youth. They empower through education, mentorship, fellowship, and many of their staff come from the very communities they serve. Nobody can deny that Emerald has been a blessing to Knoxville. The issue isn't Emerald. The issue is this administration and their attempt to sell a 100-year-old park space that belongs to the community. City Council, do not approve this resolution. Ask yourselves this question. Should any council member be able to spend years, 3, working on a project to sell a long-held public asset without hosting a single public meeting to give other council members and the broader community the chance to fully engage in the process? Ask yourself that question. If you pass this resolution, your answer is yes. Tonight, the power is back in the hands of the 9 of you, not the mayors and not David Brace's. This administration has failed this process. The question is whether you will follow them into that failure or whether you will lead. Lead with better transparency for our youth, right? Lead with courage. Lead with the integrity that the people of Knoxville expect from you. It's time for leadership that is more transparent. It's time for leadership that is more bold when it comes to standing up to an administration that wants full control. The time is now. This is the leadership that we need. It needs to be bold, it needs to be inclusive, and it needs to be unafraid to challenge broken systems. Listen, the community's watching, these young people are watching, and the history will remember whether you protected a 100-year-old public asset or whether you gave it away. These children don't have a say-so. They don't have a say-so. I'm asking City Council to postpone and vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Next person signed up to speak in opposition to this is Vivian Shipe. Vivian Shipe. Ms. Shipe, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Good evening, Vivian Shipe, 3614 MLK, Knoxville, 37914. When the news broke a few days ago about the sale of the land at Chilhowie Park, what was interesting was that for a major change of this magnitude, of the 202,000 citizens of Knoxville and the 29,000 in East Knoxville, only supposedly 500 citizens and a few community leaders had been involved for 3 years in the planning and discussion of this event. Chilhowie Park sits in East Knoxville, one of the most historical and valuable land masses, an area that has been ignored for decades. But this move goes deeper than that. You see, there was a strategic plan for Chilhowie Park that was on the city's website for the last 7 years until this morning at 9 a.m. when it was taken down. The park belongs to all of Knoxville. Not only has East Knoxville been intentionally underdeveloped, Chilhowie Park has never received the type of attention and use as Lakeshore Park until now. Now it's in danger of being parceled up and sold off into many profitable pieces, supposedly with the approval of the people. A list was shared of leaders at meetings of support, as was a picture of a few citizens and leaders. Well, imagine the surprise from state reps to local city leaders and county commissioners who, upon seeing their name upon this list, have now spoken out about their names being used to show support of this venture. In addition to them, there are many leaders, organizations, and community leaders, myself included, who was never invited to a meeting or even notified that such a plan was being considered in the supposed 3 years of outreach. This is another instance, as was the selection of those hired for Nick Jr., of finding a way to go around the people and keep those who might ask hard questions away from the table. The attendees for that information meeting were also handpicked, and many organizations were left out of that conversation. We are in election mode. To those 5 who will ultimately be elected by the citizens in the next 2 city elections to sit in these chairs, I ask you to take note of what transpires tonight and charge you to be an inclusive council, one that speaks and takes into account the needs and desires of all the people. I charge you to be intentional and work to grow all parts of the city, not just for those trying to move here, but those who have always lived here. Please make sure when you take office at East Knoxville where you plant some seeds. To our current council that will vote on this, I urge you, vote no or postpone this. For if you allow this, you will be opening a Pandora's box you cannot close. For you will not be able to tell one organization, yes, you can buy this land, and tell others no. So there is only so much land, and when it's gone, it's gone. Listen to the will of all the people. Tonight, vote no or postpone this.
Okay, next person signed up to speak in opposition to this is Skykeela Smith. Ms. Smith, are you present?
I am.
Okay. If you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Yes, ma'am. Skykeela Smith, 317 South Castle. I am here tonight to publicly represent 1,400 public signatures as a part of a change.org petition we started this summer. Throughout the summer, I have wholeheartedly tried to make each of you aware, and especially you, Mayor Kincannon. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, I pray that you guys, especially those from the East Knoxville community, are not willing to sell us out and infiltrate us into a burning house. Reverend Dr. Middlebrook, in all due respect, even a good thing can possibly not be a God thing. Wait a minute. Concerning the 1,400 people that I do represent here today, our ask before council is that you halt all negotiations and all speaking of selling of that property for 6 months so that we are able to retain legal counsel to represent this community. Moving forward, giving you a lived experience. So there are so many road runners in the building and so many elders committed to East Knoxville's healing. Without further ado, you are symbolic of why people like me fail to come through and answer the call of duty of the blood that was spilled before us. That green significantly is symbolic of those bars that govern that property. I've never felt welcome there. Underutilized? No. How about barred in, just like the housing projects were before entrapment was contested in the federal court, where a lot of black youth like myself were entrapped into a system that was designed to ensure that we fail. All of those that feel like they are experts in speaking for young black youth. I grew up in Lonsdale Housing Community. I grew up in Walter P. I pulled myself up from the gutters, found the boots that Dr. Martin Luther King said, strapped them up even though they didn't fit. Got 2 degrees from the University of Tennessee after the crack era and went back to my alma mater, Austin East, to teach. So I'm asking you to allow me to be the example for my students in here that came from Emerald U. See, you do not have to hate somebody to be pro. You need to be able to stand up and uplift your own kind. I cannot allow this to take place and not stand as a model for what I've taught them. Even if you're standing alone, you need to stand. I thank them for showing up Goliath in this land. But this little Samson, a little angel called God, holds my hand, and I am going to rebuke every devil that plotted against these young people. That's what this looks like in front of me. So I'm asking you to halt our negotiations and let us be in charge of our destinies, the future generation that I'm in charge to lead. See, I am the ancestors' blood that bled for the East Tennessee Knoxville streets. MLK will be appalled if I let Emerald be the apple of those children's eyes. Not this time. Not the way y'all did Lonsdale. Texas Avenue, H-E-double-L. Nobody like me was ever helped. From this point and moving forward, do not speak for something you ain't felt yourself. I'm talking about the cause that was dealt. It's very few of you that's going to leave here and go where I got to go. I live around the corner. I chose to. Do you think I can't now afford to buy a property like some of y'all on the board? But I showed them I need them to thrive for more. So I go out Austin East every day to make sure they do more than soar. Please, please, please do not disrespect people like me anymore. I'm talking about minorities, the economically disadvantaged, those that don't have a plan even when they try to plan it. So don't make a decision for somebody like me and you never came down and sat next to Mr. G, halt this processing, please. I'm a teacher. I could have been an attorney. Yeah, I got language above language, just like you, sir, from UT. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, that concludes the public speakers. Council member Parker?
How many speakers have we excluded?
Three in favor, and those are the three in opposition. There are some people in excess of the three who signed up, but council's rules are 3 in favor and 3 against. Okay, council member, anyone else? Well, council member McKenzie? It's on. Just speak louder, maybe? I don't know. It's on. Yeah, it's on. Try Miss Fugits or Sings, maybe.
Mayor, is there anyone from the administration that can speak to the process, the RFP process, how we got here as relates to looking for proposals for this particular property?
Yeah, I'd be glad to speak to that, and I appreciate you asking that question. First of all, I was part of the many people who participated in the Chilhowie Park visioning process and strategic plan back when Mayor Rogero was mayor. And I think this proposal and the one following it on the Muse are very much consistent with what the community said in those places. So this is, excuse me, no remarks from the audience. This is council's discussion. So back in 2022, it would have been a couple years since the Lonsdale Ministry Complex had opened and people had seen that it was successful. So several members of the East Knoxville community, including and Emerald leaders, said that they had heard that people saw that in Lonsdale and wanted the same opportunities for their children in East Knoxville. And you and I spoke about that at that time, and but I think wisely, you said we don't just need to hear it from the leaders of Emerald Youth. We want to hear from the people of East Knoxville. So we spoke to the leadership of Emerald and said, that sounds like a good idea, but talk to the people who you plan to serve and have those meetings, have that engagement, and they did. It took 2 years to work with community members, many of whom are here today, and they had numerous meetings. I know Cynthia Finch personally knocked on doors of people. Did they knock on doors across the whole city? No, they did not. They focused specifically on the people that they hope to serve, which are the people walking distance to this proposed amenity. And I think that is a very sound strategy because those are the people who are most likely to benefit should council move forward with this proposal. And then in 2024, we issued an RFP, and to anyone who says this hasn't been a transparent process or thinks it's odd that I'm wearing green, I'm 100% unequivocally supportive of this and proud to support Emerald in this effort. And I do so because they're in alignment with my vision for the future of our city and with my vision for the future of East Knoxville. Excuse me, if you keep speaking, I'm going to ask you to leave. You're interrupting the public's business. Thank you. And the whole reason most of us are up here is very simple. We want to make life better for the people who live in Knoxville. And Emerald is part of that. And in particular, my focus ever since I started on school board and when I've been a teacher is to particularly focus and invest on our young people. And so we asked Emerald to engage in this. They formed a committee, Reverend Middlebrook, other members of the committee here, Mayor Brown, members of the Burlington community, other members in the nearby, the business community. I have a stack of emails and letters of people who are supportive of this. So we issued the RFP. The RFP was designed specifically to get the kind of amenities that we wanted. Educational resources, athletics, sports facilities, that wellness culture that Dr. Gray just referenced. Our kids and families in East Knoxville deserve a wellness culture, deserve opportunities to improve their lives and have the same opportunities that they have in other parts of town. We've seen it work in Lonsdale. East Knoxville kids deserve the same thing. So we issued the RFP. There was one respondent. It was Emerald. And since that time, since the response, we have been in negotiation with them and negotiating in a way that we think is in the best interest of our city. The proposal before you is fair market value. In the past, it is fair market value as proposed by a assessor, a property appraiser. And I just as a point of information for council members, a few. Council Member McKenzie, I'll cede my, that's basically the timeline. So now we had that negotiation. The negotiation concluded recently, and now we're bringing this proposal back to council. But I submit to you that there has been a lot of public process, transparency, and public notice, and I appreciate your work on that front. And to the extent that there hasn't been a wider citywide effort, I take responsibility for that. It could have maybe been better, but I would ask that council members not let the perfect be the enemy of the good and focus on the best outcomes for our community, not a perfect process. Excuse me, Ms. Sessions? Ms. Sessions, you need to leave. You're out of order. I'm ruling you out of order. You have to leave. I'm ruling you out of order. You have to leave the room. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And my apologies to the young people that are here. And if we can have your attention, please. Mayor, could you please, if you don't mind, and I'd like for my time not to start, to just go back over the rules of decorum in this government meeting, please, before I start?
Yeah, just as a reminder to everybody, as I announced at the beginning of the meeting, we do have rules of decorum. For those who are listening, if you disrupt a public meeting, you will be asked to leave or escorted out. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
I just want to make sure everyone heard the rules of decorum because we have a lot of guests that are here today, including children. So I would ask for even if you are upset about what we're discussing tonight, that you would at least show some level of respect as it relates not just to this governing body, but the children that are here today. So what I want to say is thank you to everyone who reached out to me regarding this proposal. There was a lot of emails, and especially those who called where we could have conversation. I've heard a wide range of perspectives from parents, grandparents, neighbors, partners, and I'm grateful for that feedback. But most importantly, the voices that were most important to me were those of the young people in our community that I have heard from and that I've talked to and that have been surveyed over these last few years. Our community in East Knoxville has carried profound losses over the last few years. Too many of our young people have witnessed violence. They have lost friends and family members. They've struggled through the aftermath of COVID-19, navigated the broader social climate, and my North Star will remain creating safe, accessible places for youth to learn, play, grow, and thrive. Tonight's proposal involves selling a portion of city-owned land to build a youth recreation and educational complex on the Midway site. I recognize the potential benefits, significant investment in East Knoxville, and a facility modeled on programs that have helped many youth elsewhere that we see evidence of. Not just here tonight, but from young people who have gone through this program, who have found hope that their circumstances don't define their future as a result of the support that they have gotten through Emerald. I also take seriously the concerns I've heard about public land becoming private space, equitable access fees, the fair's logistics, and ensuring that every child of any background or belief feels welcome in that space. Our job as council members is to protect the public interest and to take all those things into consideration. That means any path forward must include clear, enforceable commitments on access, affordability, non-discrimination, neighborhood impact, and accountability. And as I heard from one of the speakers, and duly noted, I want to thank Emerald and community leaders and those who served on those teams for the community meetings and all of the input that they gathered. Just because a person, I do want to be clear, just because a person participated in a meeting, an information meeting to gather feedback, absolutely did not mean that they approved or supported this initiative. But it provided them the opportunity to learn more about it and explore that opportunity of what this could be for children in the East Knoxville community. Because I did not, as the council representative of this district, because I did see the level of engagement, I did attend community meetings in Burlington where this was discussed and representatives came out. I am going to be hosting a meeting on Tuesday, August the 26th at 6 o'clock at the Beck Cultural Exchange Center. I would like to encourage everyone here today. Hold on. Please don't interrupt. We've already read the rules twice. I do not want to see anyone else removed from this meeting. That will be at the Beck Center. And while, again, there have been other meetings, and there are some people who say that the support is so strong for this, for kids in the East Knoxville community, I want to ensure that people are aware and have accurate information regarding the details and what this facility could potentially bring into our community, but ensure that voices are heard. And so what I would like to propose this evening is that we postpone this vote for 2 weeks. But again, I would like for everyone here, and we will knock on doors. I have a group of people who have committed to knocking on doors for the people who live in the close proximity of where this is proposed to be placed with this land, to ensure that those voices are heard. But once again, let me be very clear that it is the voices of the young people, of the future leaders of tomorrow, that are very important to me, very important to me. And so, again, I'm just going to leave that for further discussion before I make a motion.
So you're not making a motion?
I would like to hear additional, if there's any additional comment from my colleagues.
Okay. Councilmember Singh?
I had a few questions. Should this just be on the postponement, or you didn't make a motion so I can speak on anything?
You can speak on it.
Okay, thank you. I just have some questions about the selling of city property. What is our history of doing that? And where have we done that at other times? And have we sold parkland before?
Councilmember Singh, I would like to provide some information on that. In fact, the city has sold land, at various times, including parkland. One instance that I think is probably, the most apples to apples comparison is back in the 80s. The city gave away, didn't sell, gave away parkland to a nonprofit organization, and then they also appropriated $1 million to that organization. And then the community raised another $11 million.
Which organization?
Well, I'm about to tell you. So the city gave away parkland and also funded it to a tune of $1 million. And that is now what we all enjoy as a public amenity, the Knoxville Museum of Art. So back at that time, the city was willing to do that for the sake of art. And I'm hopeful that now the city will be willing to do that for the sake of children. That's one example.
Is there a reason that we did not choose to do a lease?
Yes, because the way it worked in Lonsdale has been effective. We think that also that unlike the KMA years ago, the Emerald Board has committed to $20 to $30 million of private fundraising, and some of the fundraising is contingent on ownership of the property. So that is the reason we negotiated a sale a fair market value sale rather than a lease.
Is that a fair market?
Yes, it is. It was assessed by a professional appraiser. Mr. Evans, Boyce Evans, our CFO, says it was professionally appraised. And, you know, that's how you appraise property.
I didn't mean to go in that direction. I just had that
I
question.
don't know who the appraiser was, but it was professionally appraised.
Legally, could we lease it to them? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Swanson?
They won't do the deal.
Yeah. I think it's legal, but they
Yes,
might
we
not.
could lease
It
it
is
to
legal,
them.
even being a religious organization.
We could lease it to them.
Okay. I just had that question. Thank you.
I'll tell you, the negotiation has been, you know, long and hard work on both sides. And so, you know, there's some give and take involved in that.
It would have been nice to know about it sooner.
About what?
It would have been nice to have been involved in some of the conversations. You're saying 2 years ago, it started coming out into the community. I don't live there. But as a council member, I was surprised that it took so long before I heard about it.
Okay, Council Member Fugit?
Thank you. Just, Mr. Brace or Mr. Evans, I would like for you to answer my questions. So my question is, who was the appraiser? When was it done? And what is the appraised value? Just let's get that in the record. And then I will also say, I understand the question about could we lease, but nobody's going to invest $20 million of their money on a leased property. If they're going to
Maybe
fundraise, pardon me?
Sorry, amused, maybe.
Go ahead, Ms. Fugit.
Well, nobody may not be the right word. 99.9% of people will not invest $20 million in land they do not own. I would also like to point out that in this contract, the city has done what it has done with some rarely, but got in there, there is a clawback provision. If Emerald ceases to use that property, the city has first right of refusal to purchase it back. So if they can't do what they're doing and sell it and make a profit off of it unless the city chooses to pass on repurchasing the property. But now that I've finished my soliloquy, will you please answer my questions? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to have, this is David Brace, Chief of Staff. So I do want to say that it is a sale, but it's a sale with restrictions, which I think are really important. One, there's a first right of refusal. Two, there's a 20-year restriction period where Emerald has to operate it as a recreational healthcare and education facility. So not only do they need to raise 20 to 30 million, they have to raise the money to run it for 20 years. And there's also a right of first refusal. There is also a repurchase. So if Emerald ever goes bankrupt, Emerald says we're done with this, the city can step in and repurchase. So there's a repurchase, a right of first refusal, and a 20-year restriction period on a parking lot that will actually be recreational uses. And the reason, really the reason around the lease versus sale, you know, Emerald is the group that has to raise $20 to $30 million. They are a religious group. They don't hide that. Faith is part of their work, like a lot of inner city youth programs. They came to us and said, our donors want to own the property. They want to make sure that they own it and they have really good control of it, except for what is in the development agreement. And so I think that's really important. There's also a separation of church and state. Law Department, we talked about this in Lonsdale. It is cleaner to do a fair market value sale. And I'm going to let Mr. Evans give the evaluation and how we came.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, ma'am. Boyce Evans, CFO for the city. We had a professional appraisal done by Marie Carlson, AI-GRS Limited Liability Company. They initially evaluated it, and for 11.92 acres, that came in at $850,000. And then we looked at it internally, bumped it up just a little bit, so it was 12.7 acres, come $913K.
Thank you. And MAI is a commercial realtor appraiser certified to appraise commercial property. We're not talking a residential appraiser. This is someone who appraises commercial property. I just want people to understand that the MAI designation
Yes, ma'am.
is required for commercial property. It's not like the kind of appraiser you get for your house. So it's.
That is correct.
it's-
Yes, ma'am.
So that meets the qualifications of a fair market value appraisal. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Parker?
Thank you, Mayor. Could you also let us know the date of that appraisal?
Give me just 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Okay, you can come
Ask
back
ask another
at the
question.
end of my 5 minutes. Thank you. So as soon as the mayor announced it was East Knoxville's time, I have worked to get clarity on the administration's plans, including plans for Chihowie Park. I also attended the 2019 presentation and have been anxious to hear what might move forward following the Chihowie Park and redevelopment plan process. However, at every step, I have received misinformation from the administration. The process has not been transparent and inclusive, and in my opinion, it has veered away from the stated priorities of the community. And I do live in the community. I do live in East Knoxville and was not included in any of these discussions or any of these meetings. It became clear to me as discussions began regarding Chihowie Park that how the community viewed the park was drastically different than how city leaders viewed it. In both my recent conversations with neighbors as well as the feedback captured in that study, 2019 study, residents expressed a desire for a more accessible park with well-funded public amenities that could be enjoyed by all. However, as a new administration and new city council members took power in 2020, public conversations ended and backroom deals began. This is a shameful way to begin East Knoxville's revitalization. Now that the proposal is before me, I have further concerns. I disagree with the city's arguments that the Emerald project aligns with the community's wishes. To engage the community on this topic, it has been reported, or we heard tonight, that Emerald took the lead in engaging over 500 community members. While this effort is applauded, Emerald included leaders on their outreach list who claim to have never been contacted, and the city seems to have left all community outreach surrounding this project to Emerald, even though the project cannot move forward as proposed without selling off our public parkland at Chihowie. The city owes the residents of East Knoxville and all city residents a proper public engagement process to discuss the Emerald proposal, which represents a deviation from the Chihowie Park plan discussed in 2019. I also disagree with the statements that have been made that suggest the Emerald facility will provide opportunities for all children. The accessibility of the facility must be discussed. When I asked Mr. Diggs about the programming at Emerald, particularly their whole child youth development model that has a faith component to it, Mr. Diggs informed me that their faith mission is central to their programming. While Mr. Diggs informed me that kids could opt out of any services, this does not speak to the fact that those children are only given the option to receive faith-based services or opt out. No secular offerings are provided for our non-Christian community members. This stance and opt-out policy does not ensure all of our children will be served at this site and have access to services without discrimination. Some will be left out. We can say all we want that children of all faiths will be welcome there. However, having programming available to them versus having to opt out does not make all children feel included. I disagree with this property being the proper location for this facility. Parkland should be preserved and should serve the residents of our city without regard to their religious beliefs. When parkland is lost, we don't get it back, and to build resilient communities, ample green space must be a part of our planning and thinking for the decades to come. If public land is to be used for this project, the city has hundreds of parcels that could be considered for this development. The city of Knoxville is the largest landowner in Black neighborhoods in Knoxville. To provide amenities for these underserved communities, the city has hundreds of parcels that could be considered and sold at fair market rate. I don't consider it a fair market rate if half of the money used to purchase the property will be reimbursed, essentially. The location at Chihowie Park is being described as an economic anchor for additional development along Chilhowie, but I've not seen evidence of that from the other Emerald complexes. I haven't seen commercial activity increase along Western or Central as you drive to the Lonsdale Center. I haven't seen it around the complex, around the campus. The only bright light I see is the Wellness Center. The Wellness Center will be run by Cherokee Health, which is a federally qualified health center. But both this process and the proposal and the use of this park land, I am in disagreement with.
Okay.
And Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
just really quickly, you'd asked about the date. The date of the appraisal was June 18th, 2024, and then we had our team evaluate that appraisal in 2025. So we had our real estate folks, Chip Berry and Mr. Ruberg, evaluate that appraisal.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Councilwoman McKenzie, first of all, for offering to host that meeting next week. I think we've all heard from a lot of people about this and the importance of this property to the community. And I think I've heard specifically from a number of people in Park Ridge who felt left out of whatever the process was. I know there was a lot of process about knocking on doors, different groups talking to people, but I think that neighborhood feels particularly left out. So I think Tuesday will be a good opportunity for those folks to be involved. For me, I don't need to guess what Emerald does for our community. I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on Emerald properties all over the city. And so I think we're all in agreement in this community that Emerald does immeasurable good. I can say the names of a lot of kids' lives who have been improved. And just there's no question of the Emerald good in our city. The second thing I would say is spending hundreds and hundreds on almost every Emerald property in this community. Nobody's ever asked me on a random Thursday evening to state my faith or pray before I get on the fields. And I've never been asked if I'm a member or am I allowed or is my kid at an Emerald school. They just say, come play. And I can tell you that structurally, you might say, well, this is unofficial. I can just tell you almost every afternoon, at least every week for the past 3 years of my life, I've been on some Emerald property, and I can tell you that that's true. So I don't need questions or anybody to tell me what happens on an Emerald property. Play among humans who live nearby in a healthy, safe way. If we're not invested in that, I don't know what we're doing. So I think that is a very important part of this that I have a lived experience with, even though I don't live in that community. So I have heard, I did look up on the city's website and the vision plan, it's still there. So I think one of the questions I have is that vision plan still exists, either for Mayor or Mr. Brace. Is there a grander vision beyond that? Is there more vision that the community needs to hear that this is a part of? I know we're talking about this specific measure. We have a Muse topic next, but there is a vision for this area. And so is that the vision plan or is there more to it?
Yes, I think this is part of the vision of overall East Knoxville revitalization and Chilhowie Park in particular. Before you all tonight, whether you choose to postpone or decide tonight, are two items that would help transform Chilhowie Park in particular. One would be adding the Emerald amenities on the current parking lot on the Midway, and the other would be to preserve and restore the Jacob Building and have the Muse Knoxville move into that space. With those movements can continue to work parallel with, we have hydrology studies and we have stormwater infrastructure to figure out how best to utilize that huge surface parking lot. I mean, one of the things I remember hearing loud and clear is that Chilhowie Park is mostly a parking lot. And I'm talking on both the north and south side of Magnolia. But we have been working with the zoo. The zoo's moving forward with some strategic improvements. They have long-term plans subject to the other partners to make Chilhowie Park a place that families and visitors, both local and from around the region, can go and enjoy resources, amenities, supports, cultural activities, athletic activities, 365 days a year. That's the vision for Chilhowie Park. That's what expanding the Muse will allow. That's what having Emerald have their facility there on the Midway would allow. And then that will also be coupled with ongoing improvements to Burlington, where council is moving forward with a new fire station and streetscapes, the Magnolia Corridor Plan. I mean, you all know, I mean, you all have been part of this effort for the last several years. So these are the next steps.
What I think is important just generally to continue to do, not just next week, but beyond, is just to make sure everybody is well informed of that overall vision, how this piece plays into it, and particularly that adjacent neighborhoods to the park itself and either extended also feel involved in the process. Those are the things I've heard for the past week, and so I just want to pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Ryder.
Yeah. So I'm glad there's going to be a postponement because I certainly have a lot of questions, and I am also getting a lot of questions from constituents. Having just learned about this project last week, I scrambled to have meetings with the administration, as well as I appreciate Reverend Middlebrook and Mr. Diggs' time, making time for me in very short order last Friday to answer some of my questions. And I want to be clear that though we may not all agree, when I walked in to meet with Reverend Middlebrooks and Mr. Diggs, I said, they immediately wanted to talk to me about the merits of the project. And I said, I'm not here to talk about the merits of your project and your proposal. I am here to talk about the contract. And not to bore everyone, but sometimes I like to get in the weeds of some things that we do, but that is what we are here for. And it takes, in the words of my predecessor, as I got elected, he reminded me, it takes 5 to tango. It takes 5 votes to pass something, and it is our job to do due diligence for the citizens of Knoxville as a whole, not for individuals, myself, or anyone included. And so, you know, I've gotten a lot of questions from constituents. I have constituents that were calling me as I was walking in the door. My apologies to everyone for being late to beer board. I was being asked questions. People who are in favor are asking questions about the whole because there was the strategic plan. I also participated in those meetings. And many of us were up here that are here on council now. We're on council then, and we participated in those meetings, and there were some results. And I think one of my concerns is that there were a very broad survey done there and a lot of really strong results and suggestions made there tonight, some of which we are discussing tonight. That plan's a little dusty for people in the community. So there were people tonight asking me about the other parts of the park. And so these folks need a city-sponsored meeting to answer questions about how all the pieces go together and what is happening. And you know, my love for Councilwoman McKenzie, I have enjoyed all the time I've worked with her and all of my colleagues. We are the last group that was elected citywide. I went and knocked on doors all across the city and talked to people all across, as did my colleagues up here. So we are a dying breed, I guess. We're the last one. Sorry, no. Yeah, this is the last time you're going to have a group of folks that went all around. So I just want to throw that in there. I'm going to run out of time and probably not to get to ask all my questions. I have questions about the clawbacks. I have questions about the wellness center. I have questions about the zoning designation and the mix thereof. So there's no way I'll get those questions in a couple minutes. So I'm going to throw one thing out there. Mayor, I'm going to respectfully disagree with your analogy of the World's Fair Park. I'm not asking for applause, please, please, please. The World's Fair Park was land cobbled together, most of it from railroad properties that were put together to host the exposition for the World's Fair Park, and then they were disseminated and they were not parkland when they were sold off for no matter what price. So apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, y'all know over my time here, I've used those different things. So I think this is an unusual situation where we are talking about selling off 12 acres. So let me go back to the merits of the project. My children did participate in Emerald Youth Soccer. We are not particularly a religious family, And that was not part of soccer for us. And we also went and used the fields Thanksgiving break, other times. We go down there with neighborhood kids. I have friends that play in the adult soccer leagues. I know people that go down there and play pickup ball. And I drove by the Lonsdale stuff the other day, and it is fenced off in a way that you can't get balls out into the park, into the road. But it is not fenced off to the point that we couldn't all go. When we're done with that karaoke, I talked in beer board, we can also go play some kind of ball, which I'm really bad at. But anyway, those are some of the concerns that have been brought up that I'm not concerned about, but I really want to get into the meat of the contract and the clawback, because my concerns are what happens at year 26, and what about the wellness clinic and the zoning of the property, and what happens if a wellness clinic goes here, there, yonder, and it closes up shop, and it does this, and it does that. And those are the questions that have been answered, and my time is up, but I will lastly just really quickly interject. I have lots of questions about lease versus sale, because what I will say is that was another part for the community that was not in the strategic plan, is selling off 12 acres of a park. And I never want to see that happen, particularly in a vacuum, a conversation like that happen in a vacuum in any district. So I ran out of time and I went way over, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think what we've been talking a lot about tonight is community input, and I really appreciate all the folks who've reached out, all the folks who are here tonight. And, you know, what I hate to see is when we have projects come before council and there's all this division where some community input would have been very helpful. And I really am very supportive of what my colleague, Councilmember McKenzie, has offered to do, to host a meeting and have some community input that can help. And I think that's a great thing. And I'll be supporting that when you make that motion. But one thing I don't want to do is have all this discussion about this project and we never hear about the project. So if I could ask Steve Diggs to come up, I'd like to ask him a little bit about Emerald Youth and what's going on.
Is Mr. Diggs present? Mr. Diggs, if you come up to the podium. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then respond to Mr. Roberto's question.
Yeah, you got to hit the
turn
little
it on.
Button there. There you go.
There you go.
And I'm glad to let my time run out. It's fine. We'll delay. So, I'm Steve Diggs. I'm 1050 Ledgerwood Avenue, long resident of Oakland Lincoln Park. Our family moved in that community in 1991 when Emerald Youth Foundation was organized and formed, and my children both are graduates of Fulton High School. So since Austin East been represented, you get Fulton out here tonight too. Kaylin Chesney's joining me too. Kaylin is our staff leader for East Knoxville and our sports, city sports. And so this is Kaylin Chesney as well. Do you want to give your address too real quick?
Yeah, Kaylin Chesney, 6313 Aldingham Street.
Thank you.
And we'll share a little bit. I mean, if you're moving postpone, we don't want to take too much of your time with more that's ahead. We got children that we need to send home for school tomorrow. But we're glad to be a part of this. What we would really like you to understand and realize, we're not here just to try to win votes. We really, undergirding our organization, is about trying to bring renewal and trying to bring restoration and trying to bring life to children in our community and families and the community itself. What we had hoped that you would recognize and that you would understand well by seeing what's happened in Lonsdale and seeing what we propose for you today, that what we're about is trying to make sure we have a transformative investment at scale for young people in our East Knoxville neighborhood. And that's what we've asked you to come and support tonight. We're not into the political world and arena as you might be. What we're here is trying to move ahead an opportunity for children to have a full life. And that's been our heart since day one. We've got a track record that I think speaks to that. We've worked closely with the mayor and administration and some of the council members I know in the district. And above all, I'm thankful for the monthly meetings that this East Committee has been a part of for the last 3 years to get us to this point and to get all of this conversation to the table. But I hope and pray you're not going to turn away from an opportunity to give more young people this opportunity for a life-changing experience through sports, through education, through all the recreation, and even the faith and the moral abilities that we can instill in them. But above all, envision this. Drive down Magnolia with your eyes and see children playing on those fields, laughing and enjoying themselves, and not looking at a fenced-in parking lot like it's been for 100 years. We got to make this happen, and I hope you'll help us do that. Kaylin, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Steve. Just want to add that, throughout this process, being somebody that was born and raised in East Knoxville, and like Steve said, when we first started talking about that particular, or where we could do a project like this, my first thought was the Chilhowie Park, the Midway location. Every day after work, I'm spending 99% of my time in the community, working with the youth commissions over there, that's really kind of what brought me to Emerald, because just being fully transparent, they were going to pay somebody to do what I was doing for free every day. And so I thought, why not somebody that was from the community, that spent a lot of time in the community investing, giving back. And so when we started talking about this project, it just, to me, felt like the best location, centrally located for Austin East students and the young people that we serve. And I'm super excited, and I hope you guys will get on board with this as well.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I know my time's up, but I had to wait for them to walk over, so if I could just ask one question.
Sure.
Mr. Diggs, I received, like my colleagues did, and maybe everyone in the room had, the community engagement summary that Emerald had gone through here with this project that you've been working on since June of 2022. Can you talk to us about how those conversations started, what you were asking about, what kind of reception you got when you talked to folks in the community, and then did you hear any concerns, and then how are you addressing the concerns that you did hear? I think we just want to hear about that process more.
Kaylin, why don't you share high level about the process?
Yeah, so we initially started, we did have some community meetings initially. One of the first ones happened at the Change Center, in which we invited members of the community out to give input on what they would like to see if we were able to duplicate what we were doing in Lonsdale in the East Knoxville community. And so a lot of the layout, a lot of the things that you all have been seeing and hearing about what could potentially be on that space is things that members of the community was providing input on. We talked about like not being fenced in, access to the facility. The plans that have went out have all been just a draft concept, unrentable fields so that people can come and just use the fields without having to worry about being asked to leave off of the property. With the young people that we serve, one of the biggest things that we see is that we have to take them out of their community to be able to participate in the sports and the offerings that we have. Earlier today, we had Vine Middle School and hosting middle school volleyball teams here in support of this project. However, we had to take them to the Lonsdale community to be able to participate in their games. And we oftentimes have to provide a lot of that transportation for those young people and taking them away. And a lot of the things that we hear is that the families are not able to come and see those kids participate. And so that was really one of the biggest things that we heard, is young people having to come out of their communities to participate in things like that. Running out of breath.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next council member. If they have questions for you, that they can ask them. Councilmember Helsley?
I don't really have any questions, but I would like to say, I'm like everybody else. I heard about this last Monday, I think, in an email from Reverend Middlebrook, so thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. This is not, I don't have anything against Emerald Youth. Y'all do great work. Obviously, everybody loves what you do. I just feel like this is, first of all, the selling of parkland is a huge deal, in my opinion. I think East Knoxville, I think Chilhowie Park actually belongs to all of Knoxville. I don't live in East Knoxville, but I also don't own the urban wilderness in South Knoxville either. Everybody's welcome to use it. So I think the fact that not just Park Ridge, but I think we have a need here for bigger community meetings. I mean, obviously, there's been meetings, but nobody on council was included at all.
That would not be true. But I just
Well,
want to point,
one person?
but other council members knew about this and it shown up around meetings, and I'm not going to name names, but that, I just want to be clear, that's not absolute.
Mr. Diggs, if someone asks you a question,
Oh,
you
I'm
can
sorry. I
respond, but
apologize.
it's Councilman Helsley has the floor.
No, well, just generally, we don't show up at meetings because if more than one of us shows up at a time, we get accused of breaking the law. So generally, we don't do unless we're invited. So fair, I mean, I don't anyway. So I just think all of Knoxville needs to be included, and I am for postponing this, but I think it needs to be a couple of months. I think there needs to be more than one community meeting by Councilwoman McKenzie and include the rest of the community and let them have their say. And at the end of the day, most people just want to be heard. That's it. They want to be heard. And if they don't win their argument, then that's fine too. But I think it needs to be done, so thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Council Member McKenzie.
Parker.
Well, okay, Council Member Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the comments made kind of resonated with me, and it was this idea of imagining driving down Magnolia and this facility is open. And one thing that it made me think of was the Lonsdale community and driving down Texas Avenue. And what do you see? And one thing I'm worried about is making a decision that's going to provide opportunities that will largely be enjoyed by folks who aren't living by that property. And that's a big concern. And I did want to invite up Maurice Clark, if you could come to the podium for a second, to share some thoughts about the Lonsdale complex, because he was heavily involved in the first Lonsdale complex discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Maurice Clark, Senior, Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you, Councilman Parker, for the opportunity. Approximately 31 vacant buildings and several vacant lots up and down Magnolia Avenue. But your main concern, your main focus, Councilwoman McKenzie, for the past 4 years has been making sure a partially taxpayer-funded baseball stadium was built for millionaire Randy Boyd's baseball team. And also securing city park land for Emerald Youth Foundation. I know you inherited probably most of those vacant buildings, but with the Knoxville Urban League in the heart of your district, how the 8 long years, of course, we dealt with COVID for a couple of years, but nonetheless, we still haven't seen any improvements in the 6th district along Magnolia. 31 vacant buildings and several vacant lots. It's a fact. Year after year, where has all the money gone? Because it's not being invested in the most impoverished areas in the 6th district. Obviously, I'm not a candidate for the 6th district seat, but if I was, at every forum, the only thing I would be asking is, show us the money for the 6th district. All this talk about someone or some organization has done to reduce gun violence, I'm not impressed with, because I know that KPD is largely responsible for the reduction in gun violence and crime. They're the one arresting the fentanyl dealers and traffickers. However, more emphasis needs to be placed on drug abuse and drug addiction. By the way, I would have thanked Chief Noel if he was here tonight. So if you don't mind, Captain, could you give him my one heartfelt for the work that his organization continue to do? Emerald Youth Foundation is a faith-based organization dedicated to raising urban youth to love Jesus Christ and become effective leaders who help renew their communities. Looking at the Lonsdale complex, which I was born and raised, I just don't see where the soccer fields come into play for the youth living in a distressed neighborhood. Maybe it's because for years now, I've constantly seen well-to-do white kids come to just about every weekend to partake on those fields, including this past weekend, white kids from outside of the community. Now, even when the white kids are on the fields, like probably tonight, is the adult Hispanics. Now, I don't have a problem with white kids. I don't have a problem with Hispanics. But how many more soccer fields do Emerald need? They have 9 youth soccer fields on 17th Street and Dale Avenue. They have 4 on Texas Avenue in Lonsdale. And I'm sure access to several other soccer fields throughout the city. But let's go back to Emerald being a faith-based organization. I'm a Christian. I have no problem with that, with Emerald being faith-based. What I do have a problem with, Mayor Kincaid and Councilwoman McKenzie, is how you don't have that same base energy for the men, women, and children who travel through our city via Greyhound bus, only to be left out in the heat, rain, cold for hours, sometimes up to 24 hours, while waiting on the connecting bus. Been going on for years, far too long. Never mind the Knoxville resident who decides to travel by Greyhound out of Knoxville. I've been employed with Knoxville Urban Transit for 16 and a half years, Mr. Rosenberg. And there's no reason those human beings shouldn't be
Mr.
able
Clark,
to.
if you could wrap things up, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm getting there. There's no reason those human beings should not be able to use the facility at the Knoxville Transit Station, if nothing for just doing normal working hours. Even if Greyhound don't want to pay, I mean, what would they be paying for? Dropping off and picking up?
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Stop putting profit over people. Stop putting profit over people.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you. Point of clarification, infrastructure at Lonsdale is different from infrastructure on Magnolia. So the opportunities for additional investment there is different if you go down Texas Avenue versus Magnolia. Mr. Clark, I think you were a candidate for city council at one point as well. So I know that you've had an opportunity to visit across the district, however, but not across the city per se. And a correction, the stadium was not for Randy Boyd, it's for the community and for this city. Let's be very clear about that. And our community has had the opportunity to be able to utilize that facility for various reasons, as they will continue to do. The reduction in violence, while KPD has had a role in that, this has been a community effort, a concerted community effort of all of us working together, and especially those who are living in those areas that are highly crime areas that we've seen and in gun violence. I'd like to ask Mr. Troy Whiteside to come down to the podium, as I received an email from you, Mr. Whiteside, earlier today that spoke to investment on Magnolia, or I can yeah, or I can read your email.
I'm Troy Whiteside, 2108 River Sound. I think what Emma is doing is great. I think what Gwen is doing and the mayor is doing is terrible. I had a company want to invest $10 million in East Knoxville. We couldn't get a response from the mayor. I've been in this city all my life. And you know what? We got the receipts. But 2 days later, we commend the police officer, my wife do, 5 seconds, the mayor responds. So I know what you guys got for East Knoxville. This is a good project. You guys not good for it.
Well, let's be clear. You did not contact me about your $10 million project, but I wish that you had, and we could have had a conversation. I think a representative of yours did contact me about a proposition for Greyhound.
Well, okay, you got that as well. We had a letter of intent for Greyhound. You didn't want that. The email that went to the mayor, I'm sure the first call she made was to you, who is Troy Whiteside, trying to sit down with this group of people that's trying to meet with us about something beneficial to East Knoxville. And here's what I challenge the mayor to do. Pull the email and read it at the next council and let these people know. That's what you should do. Okay. She got the email.
Okay, thank you for your input. So at this particular point, Mayor, I would like to move to postpone this agenda item for 2 weeks.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to postpone for 2 weeks. It's been made and seconded. Councilmember Thomas, did you want to speak to that motion to postpone? Or
Yes, and generally as well, although it will be focused on the motion to postpone. I've got a lot of input in the last 2 or 3 days, and a lot of it since I've talked to some people one-on-one. The main thread that's running through those emails, the main one, is the lack of knowledge and public
opportunity to speak and confusion about what's happening or what's not happening. And I do think we should pause this. To rush a vote is just going to leave people angry and frustrated, and it doesn't have to be that way. And so a 2-week or 1 meeting, or I'm saying as long as many meetings as it takes and as much public participation it takes so that people can expend their energy and their ideas. I haven't seen a project yet that wasn't better because of public input. And regardless of how the outcome of a project comes out, it's always better among the community in kind of more humane terms. People are less frustrated. You have less of what I call collateral damage, where people are bitter and cynical and all that. So let people come out. If this is a good project, it'll stand scrutiny. If it's not, or it needs tweaking, they can incorporate that. So I don't want to delay anything unnecessarily, though, at all. But let's take the time that we need to really get the input from folks. And just as an aside, too, I'm hearing some from people in my district, just about general issues about selling parks and the process and all that. And so it's mainly is for East Knoxville, but there's some kind of broader issues that I'm hearing from all over the city just about more general concepts of how we should have public process and anything. So, yeah, I'd be glad to support a motion to postpone. If we need to do more, fine, without unnecessarily kicking the can down the road. I'm not wanting to do that, so thank you.
Councilmember Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all that, Councilmember Thomas. I also wanted to clarify, I have nothing against Emerald Youth. To me, this vote is not about that organization. It's about the process and what would be best for East Knoxville and public land. Thank you, Councilwoman McKenzie, for offering to do some community events. My concern, though, is this level of organization that I'm seeing right now. I haven't seen it since a couple months ago when we were voting on Nick Jr., the group from California, and a lot of community members that I hadn't seen out and involved, I saw out and involved. What was not great is I felt a lot of people stepped up, but they were also not listened to. So a community meeting doesn't just mean you present the idea that's already done, right? So it needs to be something that we hear what you have to say.
Councilmember Fugit.
I second the motion to postpone and call the question.
Okay, this is the motion to call the question.
Sorry, then I'll just call the question.
Okay, motion to call the question's been made. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's back to the original motion to postpone. All those in favor of the motion to postpone for 2 weeks, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to postpone carries.
11AC is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the Muse Knoxville to lease property located at 3301 East Magnolia Avenue in order to operate a science and discovery museum for the children and families of this community and the region.
For those audience members who are leaving, if you could just save your conversations till you are outside the room, so we have more business to conduct. Thank you so much.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council Member Fugit? Or
no.
Okay. Council Member Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I am on the Muse board. I do not get compensated for that, so I do plan on participating in the conversation and voting.
Okay. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. I was just going to say.
I'm sorry. We have speakers.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then I will wait.
We have 3 people signed up to speak in favor of this. First is Darius Upton. Mr. Upton, if you could come to the podium. The podium does elevate some if it's not high enough for you. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record. Oh, no, it has a, yeah, I guess that's as high as it goes.
My name is Darius Upton. I live at 3921 Boyd Walters Lane. So first of all, let me say good evening. This hour gets a little late, but thank you all for your indulgence this evening. Mayor, City Council, thank you all for so much for listening to us and engaging with the Muse. I could tell you so much about the Muse and the things that happened there. It's a pleasure to be the board chair of such a wonderful organization and serve alongside my fellow board members who work diligently to make sure that this place serves all our children the best way that we can. It is amazing to watch our president and CEO, Allison Comer, and that wonderful staff over there, all those folks wearing these badges, work so hard on a daily basis to pour into every young person that comes into the Muse and see the families that come not just from Knoxville, but from East Tennessee. It's really an amazing place, kind of tucked away in the corner, but a lot can happen in a small space. I could tell you about all the visitors that come from all over the states, all over this country, through the Muse. But what I can say really doesn't count because it's the actions. It's the people that we work for. And I think you heard from some of the people that we work for, some of the packets that you received from some of our young people when we asked them, what would you like to see from a Muse if it were bigger? What would you like to dream about? And they did. They dreamed, just like they do every day when they come into the Muse. They dreamed. And you've seen that. You've seen the crayon drawings of dinosaurs and stethoscopes and rocket ships. Because kids' dreams don't know limits. And when they're in the Muse, there's no limits. There's no limits to what they can do. There's no limits to what they can be. And what we're asking tonight is a yes vote from you all to allow us to dream a little bit bigger with our kids. How many times do you get organizations that want to work more? Not often. But this team wants to work harder than what they're working now. The kids dreamed. The staff dreamed. The staff told the board, and then the board dreamed. And then we talked to some folks who were really interested in what we were doing and took note. And our community dreamed with us, and they still dream with us. The embrace that Burlington and East Knoxville has given the Muse and continues to give the Muse, I don't think I've seen that anywhere. The donors and those that have given us gifts, they've dreamed, and they dream with us. And what we're asking from you is to dream. Dream with our kids. Help them understand that those dreams can actually be real. Pour into them the way that we all know that you want to. Walk alongside us. Walk alongside the Muse. But more importantly, walk alongside these young people because they are our next generation. They're us. The better we do for them, the better we do for all of us. We appreciate your yes vote tonight.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of this item is Brent Waugh. Mr. Waugh? You can start by saying your name and address for the record.
How's it going? My name is Brent Waugh, and I live at 830 Deary Street, Knoxville, 37917. I also want to point out that it is my birthday today, so if you want to sing later, you can. I'm honored to be here tonight, both as a parent of 2 engaged children and as a deeply invested member in our Knoxville community. I'm going to start by a personal story about the Muse. This personal story told a lot better when my daughter was going to be standing beside me, but it's past her bedtime now, and it's getting close to my bedtime as well. I'll never forget the first time that I took Willow, who's 6 years old, to the Muse. It was a cold day in December. If you guys have been there before, the exhibit hall was packed, which is sort of a theme of what I'm going to talk about. It was hot, but Willow had a blast. After checking out the amazing airways and the illumination station, Willow and I made our way to the art area, and we proceeded to spend multiple hours in the corner of the Muse while she made her masterpiece. It was cardboard, ribbon, you can imagine. And if Willow asks or you see her out in public, we still have that art piece. It didn't get thrown away, I promise. So I might have left the Muse tired that day, but Willow left the space energized. Since that first visit, the Wall family has had several Muse experiences. We've read countless stories in the book nook. We've learned about healthy eating and practiced grocery shopping. And we've visited outer space. The list of amazing Wall family learning experiences the Muse goes on. Willow, who again was going to be beside me today, had her 4th birthday party at her favorite place. You guessed it, the Muse. She also served on the Muse Student Advisory Board. They just talked about as the kids envisioned the space. Willow was one of those kids. Through that role, she learned that her ideas matter and that her perspective as a young person can shape programs and experiences for thousands of other children. The Muse doesn't just educate, it empowers kids like Willow to see themselves as leaders and decision makers. That's truly something special. The Muse has a unique way of connecting both families and schools, making learning not only relevant, but exciting. I've seen it in my own home, and I've heard it from countless other parents across the city. The Muse is more than just a museum. It's part of a civic infrastructure that makes a city worth putting roots down in. It's the kind of place where children's curiosity is sparked, where families come together, and where community connections are built. Cities that thrive are full of spaces where families want to spend time together. Now, I want you to think back on that hot December day. Well, it was a cold day, but inside the Muse, it was hot, a cramped exhibit floor. By moving into the Jacob Building, the Muse can become a larger, more dynamic destination for Knoxville families like mine. Yes, the new space will likely draw visitors from across the region and the country even to the Muse, but it will also serve Knoxville families like mine. We live just a couple miles down the road, and we'll be there all the time, I can tell you that. It will allow Knoxville children like Willow to dream even bigger. Knoxville faces a challenge in attracting and retaining young and mid-career professionals with children. I'm part of that demographic. And I can tell you firsthand that when families choose where to live and work, they're looking for robust cultural, educational, and recreational opportunities. Approving this lease directly addresses that gap. It is a tangible investment in making Knoxville a place where families want to stay and grow. Tonight, you have the opportunity to help the Muse expand its reach, strengthen Knoxville's quality of life, and create a lasting regional asset for generations to come. This is about more than a building. It's about a commitment to our children, our families, and the future of our city. I respectfully ask you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The third and final speaker signed up for this is Aya Ajel. Miss Ajel, are you here? Oh, there's, okay. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Good to see you. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council. And go ahead and put me out.
Yeah. I'm Aya Gal, and I live in 37919. Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak tonight. My name is Aya, and I've grown up in Knoxville my whole life. Last week, I started my senior year at West, where I'm taking classes in chemistry, physics, and calculus as I prepare for my dream of pursuing a STEM degree in college next year. But my interest in science didn't actually start in the classroom. It started at the Muse. As someone who's always been a really hands-on learner, science at school was never really my forte. I struggled to understand how the words my teachers were saying or the videos they played meant anything. Honestly, it all just felt like another grade on my report card. But growing up, Muse made science come alive. I could climb into a rocket ship, build my own inventions in the makerspace, and explore entire galaxies without ever leaving Knoxville. Muse showed me that science isn't about memorizing facts for a test. It's about being creative and curious, and it's about solving problems. And I know I'm not the only kid who felt this way. This summer, I was able to work at the Muse as a Bank of America student leader, where I met hundreds of amazing kids. I saw preschoolers building houses and instruments out of cardboard, and I watched third graders create black holes and solar systems in the tech area. It made me realize that Muse isn't a place where kids are just having fun. It's a place where you see kids like I was, kids that are figuring out their passions for the first time. Passions that will make them into the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. So why does it all have to end after like 5th grade? Why should kids have to age out of curiosity? That's why this expansion is so important. If the Muse is at the Jacob Building, it will have the space it needs to grow with kids instead of being a space they grow out of. Every child deserves a place to find their spark. And for the first time, this expansion will give middle and high school students the same chance to explore science in a way that feels real and connected to their futures. It will open up new pathways, whether that's through having kids experimenting with flight, diving into physics, or stepping into discoveries that will shape the next generation. Because at its core, this expansion is about giving kids all over Knoxville a bigger future. We want to give them a bigger museum so they have a bigger launch pad to discover their passions, chase their questions, and imagine futures they never thought were possible. Let's make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember, that concludes the public speakers signed up for this. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, I think this is a perfect example of taking good and making it a lot better. Because a project that we thought would happen was not going to happen. And at the time, the Science Museum was thought about happening on the safety complex lot. The question was, well, what's that going to do to the Muse? How's that going to impact the Muse? Well, when that project didn't look like it was going to come to fruition, this is a perfect marriage of the philanthropic resources that were going to help make that project work and expand into a well-loved community asset that needed capital and resources to grow to meet what the community had said it wanted, and the community being Knoxville, Knox County, the region, because we are the regional hub. Knoxville is the regional hub for the counties around us. So I applaud the creativity of taking what we thought was possible but not possible, adding it to what people wanted and are making that possible into a program that will reach all young people. Much like the young lady who spoke, I thought I was good in school, but I learned for the grades. And the concept of science, all that kind of stuff, that's not the way my brain worked. I wish I'd had a Muse. I really do think that that helps young people, because not everybody is a visual learner. Not everybody's an auditory learner. And so this is a great way just to do what's fun and find out it's actually science. And I think that is a tremendous gift that helps us create the next generation of people that we're going to need to fuel the economy that we're hoping to build in Knoxville with the National Lab down the road and TVA here and all the science that is in our region. We have to have a workforce that's ready for those high-paying, good jobs that create the ability to live a great life and not have to move for the young people that grow up here. So I applaud how this is making a lot of things better that were good alone, but could make this so much better and richer for the community. So I'm not on the board of the Muse. This is not a paid advertisement, but I fully intend to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. Like many in the community, I first learned about this project from the media coverage of the recent press event. I heard rumors of Clayton potentially moving to Chilhowee, but not the full proposal that included the Muse. I remained unaware of the details of the project until it appeared on our agenda for tonight, and I was able to speak with the director of the Muse, Allison Comer, on Monday. Again, despite my efforts to stay on top of the city's plans for Chilhowee. After speaking with Allison, I felt better about the position that the Muse was in. The sections of the lease agreement that require a $50 million plan for the facility within 18 months of signing this agreement seemed like setting the Muse up for failure and our community for disappointment. However, I have a better sense of the financing that's available to them, and this is no longer a concern. My concerns that remain involve the process that has been followed to develop this lease agreement, the lack of care the city has shown the other users of the Jacob Building, and the long legacy in our city of public resources being underfunded so severely that they're eventually turned into private ventures with income-producing goals. When I first got involved in politics in Knoxville, I learned from my elders about how urban renewal impacted them, including the development that followed the destruction. I learned that when the Civic Coliseum was built, promises were made to the community that were initially honored. The Coliseum provided free community space for events and community meetings, and the community began to feel some ownership over it. However, those policies changed, and the focus of the Coliseum shifted to primarily tourism-related activities. Urban renewal pushed the Black community east. Black residents moving into East Knoxville pushed the white and affluent Park City residents to Farragut. On the east side, the Black community had Chilhowee Park, which was once a space that limited when Black folks were allowed on the premises. But by the time I was growing up in Knoxville in the 1980s and 90s, it was the place where we could see and be, with a large concentration of Black folks and Black culture. I remember when the fair was more permanent presence at Chilhowee, and listening to Dr. Booker speak about when the fair was a summer-long option for residents of Knoxville and the surrounding counties. Going to East Knoxville in the summer, because I grew up in South Knoxville, was an opportunity to see Black excellence. Every park was full of people hanging out and using the basketball courts or baseball fields. My cousin and I played softball, and we could go to the fields and play a game without all the difficulties that folks are experiencing today. Sorry, I lost my place. We were under-resourced, but we made magic with what little we had. The streets were lined with vendors who set up to sell the latest hip-hop clothing or hot dogs or fish fry or cassette tapes, then CDs, then the pirated movies on DVD. Then policies and practices changed that made these activities impossible. When I spoke with the director of the Muse, I expressed my deep disappointment that such a beloved institution was now being brought into the torrid history of Black dispossession of public spaces in Knoxville, and also would be attached to the legacy of the fair being lost in the city of Knoxville. While I feel reassured by the current director's commitment to keeping the Jacob Building accessible to the community, as we all know, leadership changes and priorities change. Without creating an obligation through the lease agreement, I worry that the Jacob Building will only be accessible to the more connected parts of our community. In addition, the 2019 Chilhowee Park Plan calls for the creation of a new exhibit hall before another use is considered for the Jacob Building. The plan recognizes the importance of the Jacob Building to the other users of the building within our community. Considering that the Muse has 18 months to develop a plan and 3 years to renovate, and that the city's own plan recognizes or recommends identifying new exhibition space to replace the Jacob Building, I believe this agreement is premature. I would like to see a plan, a comprehensive plan for use of spaces at the Chilhowee Park, a plan that addresses the need for a new exhibition space, and that we are communicating with the community and all users of the park and the Jacob Building before a multi-year lease is granted.
Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd hate to have us vote on this without hearing from the Muse, so can Allison Comer come up?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Can you talk to us a little bit about the Muse and your efforts within the community where you're located, and kind of your mission and what the Muse is all about, how you're serving the community, and how you reach out to the community?
Absolutely. So I'm Allison Comer, President and CEO of Muse Knoxville. We are a nonprofit children's STEAM museum, so that's science, tech, engineering, arts, and mathematics. We are currently leasing from the city a building that's about 10,000 square feet, and even so, we impact about 140,000 people every single year. 90,000 of those are on site, and 50,000 of those are us pushing into schools in 20 surrounding East Tennessee counties, plus one in Southern Kentucky, which we're really proud of. We have been needing to expand for years now. We know about the 2019 survey that had said that Jacob Building future use could be Muse. And at the same time, the Clayton Science Museum project was live and well. And so we were kind of in this position a couple years ago to really need to grow. We're waitlisting families at the door due to fire code capacity. We are waitlisting schools. We are turning away school districts. The past school year, we turned away schools from 10 different East Tennessee counties on field trips because we are fully booked, usually by early September for the entire school year. We had a couple of opportunities that we kind of dipped our toe into expansion based on just that need, the feedback we were getting from visitors, members that buy memberships that could not get in because we had already met fire code capacity, parents driving and trying to get their kiddos to play, but having to wait outside. That is not the experience that this market, this city, and this neighborhood deserves. And so we had a couple of opportunities, but all of them required us from leaving Chilhowie Park and disinvesting from the current location that we are in. And we heard loud and clear to follow the plan to stay in the park, that's our home. And so we chose to not follow 3 other expansion-based paths. And when you kind of think of timing, and stars aligning, there was a moment where the Clayton family, in a post-COVID world with many museum industry changes, had this moment of, could we be stronger together? Instead of Muse being an early childhood feeder into a more older classical science museum on the public safety complex, is our Venn diagram less of a Venn diagram with a small lemon wedge, and could it be a full circle? Would Muse commit to aging up to be a true intergenerational science center? Do we commit to staying right where we are and increase our impact? Do we commit to come alongside our local priorities around STEM workforce, right? We know that by middle school, kiddos have already determined if they belong in STEM. So all of our remediation and high school efforts to get them engaged in STEM has very little return on investment. That happens young. It happens almost before the age of 8. And so we agreed, we are stronger together. We love the concept of working together instead of competing against each other. And in this event of a really, really strong public-private partnership where we have the city offering a publicly owned space that we can commit to being an amazing steward for, in the event that we actually do have a donor that's willing to pour $25 million into a leased building that we don't own, just because they believe in us and they trust us and they believe in the vision for a publicly owned space that is committed to affordability, accessibility, not just for getting through the doors and playing with exhibits, but also like full wraparound, holistic services for our families right there in East Knoxville. And it's one of those stars alignment where you just say, yes, we are stronger together, and we are really proud of the work that we do at Muse Knoxville, and we are really excited to continue dreaming about what we could do if we get out of that 10,000 square foot building. Thank you so much.
Thank you for saying that. I know that, there's been discussion also about
Councilmember Roberto, there are no other lights on, so without objection, we'll just give him another 5 minutes.
I just needed a quick second to ask one question. Yeah, don't,
Sorry, I
don't
probably
give me
didn't
5
answer your
minutes.
question.
There was discussion about the 2019 plan. I'm glad you brought that up. There's also been discussion about your other partner organizations in Chilhowie Park. And so one question I had for you was, how will this expansion impact your fellow organizations there in Chilhowie Park? And then I know the fair was mentioned. So I know the Jacobs building is used for Legos and robotics and art during the fair. Can you also talk about, what you can do with the fair and accommodate and work together, basically? So if you could just kind of talk about all those things there at the fair for me. Thank you.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. This obviously has a direct impact on the Tennessee Valley Fair. We love the fair. We love their team. We recently partnered on an ag venture themed week over the summer that was highly successful. We're, part of their Partners in Play when they do their event in the summer. And I also very much recognize that this does impact them. Going back to the concept of a Venn diagram, because I apparently love a Venn diagram tonight, there is some overlap in what the fair does using the Jacob building. I mean, the kids' exhibits, the kids' art show, the giant pumpkins, the robotics festival, the Lego League, those are all really amazing STEM-based themes. There are a lot of opportunities for collaboration there in the same vein of We're Stronger Together. One of our core values is community connector and Muse for All. Those are 2 of the 4. We really believe in it. We think the world of the fair team and would be happy and honored to collaborate with them further. And at the same time, I hold space that it does impact them. This is a big change. Thinking about another partner, Zoo Knoxville. Excellent partnership there. Us going into the Jacob building really does allow us to streamline shared services and increasing experience in Chilhowie Park 365 days a year. Their CEO, Bill Street, and I have, there were dreamers together. There are ways that we can look at everything from shared contracts, cost sharing, even looking at, similar tech, like part-time exhibit techs and part-time maintenance techs. Who could we make full-time? Who could serve both locations? What are the opportunities there? So same thing there, community connector. We do believe we're stronger together as long as we are all at the table dreaming. Does that answer your question? Because I think last time I just kind of went rogue.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And Ms. Comer, since you're there, I just wanted to clarify, if this lease moves forward and Muse takes over the Jacob building, would those uses that the fair has been able to have access to be possible? Would there be space for the fair to still have those activities with the Muse moving into that building?
I would love to have those conversations. Anything is possible. I would love to know that while this does affect their operations as it's been, being able to sit down and dream what it could look like. Could it be an asset to the fair? What does it look like? And really get into it. There's pretty much not a nonprofit partner that we don't have in the city where we find common ground. And that is something that we would be very dedicated to.
And for me, it seems like that conversation would have taken place before now. The city has shared with us that they have, over the last 6 months, been meeting with the Muse about the Muse's strategic plan and the zoo about the zoo strategic plan, but hasn't met with the fair over the last 6 months about the fair's plans. I would like to ask Scott to come up, actually, since we keep mentioning the fair. Oh, there you are, sorry. To share with us a bit more about how this lease of the Jacob building might impact the fair.
Scott Sahumsky, 7920 Oak Ridge Highway, Knoxville, Tennessee. That will have a significant impact. And I've been before you all, I don't know how many times in the last year, But again, it's just a slicing off of the fairgrounds. Is that what I'm seeing? And then, of course, the lease that I'm dealt with right now is not sustainable for the fair, in that I'm given 6 months to know if I'm going to have a fair or not, and that's beginning in 2027. So how do you expect an organization that's been at Chilby Park for 105 years? We draw 150,000 plus people to the fair every year from not only Knoxville, Knox County, East Tennessee, throughout the state, outside of the states. It takes us 12 months to plan the fair. I've been involved in no conversations with the Muse or the zoo. I just learned about the Muse announcements, and congratulations to Allison. You know, I've served on the East Knoxville Business Association with her and some of her board members. I didn't hear anything about that announcement until about a week before. And that was after I found out somehow and talked to Allison, that was confirmed. So again, you know, just like we talked about in the previous issue, where's the transparency? Where's the community involvement? Why are one organization getting left out, others are included? So yeah, losing the Jacob Building, you know, we house 4-H kids. We service the kids too. FFA, we're agriculture, you know, we're not STEAM, but you know what? Agriculture is something that you partake in every day, right? And there's a lot of great jobs, careers that are involved in ag. That's our opportunity to explore that too. So yeah, I would love to see that partnership. I would love for the city council, for you all to go back and take a look at that lease that you all gave me. That really can make no sense as far as what I can do beyond the 2027. Any questions?
I have one, but I may be out of turn.
Well, Councilmember Parker, you still have another minute and 20 seconds.
I appreciate that. I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Okay, we'll start the clock back. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, so these conversations with the Muse or the city around the changes to Chilhowie Park in general, just general conversations, the vision plan that goes back to 2019, even more recently, you have a lease, you said until the end of 27, is that right?
We actually have a lease until 2029.
Okay.
So right now, we're guaranteed, and I've talked this, you know, back just not that long ago at the Charles budget meeting. We're good to go this year in 26. Starting in 2027, the city has 6 months to let me know if there will be a fair that year. So by March of 2027, they can say, hey, there's no fair. How am I going to plan a fair in 6 months?
Just a point of information, we are glad to have hosted the fair these many years. We have asked the fair leadership for a strategic plan, just like the Muse and Zoo Knoxville have provided, and just looking forward to seeing that plan when you provide that.
Well, I think it goes beyond that, Mayor. I think it's got to be a strategic plan. Again, where's yours? What's your vision for the entire park?
Yeah, sorry.
That will include all
question.
three.
Yeah, another question, sorry. There's a 2019 plan. Are you part of that?
No, if you go back and look at that, the first thing it says, the fair's got to go.
Okay, I'll go look and see if that's
Yep.
the first thing it says.
Sure enough.
The last thing I'll ask you is, have you proposed how you could operate within the Chilhowie Park, given the current parameters that you foresee?
The ones I just learned last week? As far as not having the Jacob Building, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No, I haven't had time to even go back
You
through.
haven't considered losing the Jacobs
No,
Building?
again, you know, I know on some of the quotes that I've seen in the papers as far as from the administration, we could be included in 2027 at the park, but maybe not be able to use the building. So again, I haven't had any conversations, would like to have conversations again with you all, the city, the administration, with the Muse, with the zoo. You know, rather than being left out, I'd like to be included.
Okay. That's it for me.
Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Brace or for you or for kind of everybody. When did the conversations about the fair, because we used to vote on a 5-year lease for them. And then
That's correct.
Right, a couple years
Yes.
ago, we changed that, or that was changed when it came before us. When did those conversations start about changing it from 6 months or whatever to 5 years?
So one of the
versa.
challenges, because I was here with Mayor O'Hara, when we did the 2018-2019 strategic plan, there was a lot of discussion. I've met with Scott multiple times, and the message has been, you're welcome at the park, but there is a drastic need for infrastructure improvements, investment, and what the community wants is year-round activity. but you're welcome, but there's going to be a lot of change. And so Scott used to have a 5-year with 2 5-year options, 15 years that really made it difficult to do infrastructure investments and partnerships. So we went to a shorter time schedule of a 3-year agreement with a 3-year option at the end of that. So the Muse agreement honors everything through this fair and next fair. The agreement also was very innovative, right? The Midway project, we met with Scott and the fair leadership. It took a long time. We had multiple meetings. We found an alternative location for the carnival workers and the laydown yard, which had always stayed on the Midway. We found and we offered up, and we actually are in the agreement, should they need to use the fire training center for that month, they have it, and we pay for the security. And so I think we're open to finding solutions. But what we can't have is that this is the way it is forever, and if it's not this way, we can't have the fair. We've always been open. The Homer Hilton needs to be renovated. We're going to need to do something with the stormwater because of the flooding. Change is coming, and so we've asked for a strategic plan from the fair for at least since 2019. Please give us your vision for the fair. Tell us how you can do it, because it is going to change. So.
Okay, so that, did you say in 22 it was switched to the?
So we had a 3-year agreement. Last year was the first year. This fair in September will be the second year, and there is one more fair on this agreement. If we renew, it's actually 3 more after that. So if this agreement goes through with the Muse, they would do this fair and they would do next year's fair, and we would have to then work with the fair on a solution. And there are solutions. Could we rent a tent? Could we use the building the Muse is in now to host these exhibits? Could some of the exhibits be in the Muse building? But there's got to be a willingness to innovate and to work with folks on those innovations.
So here's a question. I'm trying to figure out the timeline on things. So in 22, we're changing the lease for the fair. And in 23, we're talking to Emerald Youth about moving them in. And then 6 months ago, we started talking about the Muse moving into the Jacobs building. I don't want it to seem like one group is pushing another group out. These are all different things happening, but it sounds like it started with the administration kind of trying to confine the fair and limit its space and presence.
I think that a more accurate characterization is that we are responding to what that Chilhowie Park strategic plan said, and also that we don't want a 10-day event that has a long history there to be the priority over institutions like the zoo and now Muse Knoxville that are programming and providing services year-round. That doesn't mean they can't have a place, but we don't want the tail to wag the dog.
If we're talking about the strategic plan, the Emerald Youth Project was not in the strategic plan, so we can't say we like it sometimes and not other times.
Let me say this, though. The vision plan called for additional uses, okay? Envisioning documents, just like the South Waterfront document, that visioning document hasn't changed. It called for uses, but the pictures in the vision plan aren't what are developed, okay? The vision plan calls for specific uses. So that strategic plan was visioning, and then, but just like the South Waterfront, just like the Cumberland plan, the renderings in the vision plan aren't what get built. Look at what was on, what it shows on the Bill Baxter property, Holston. You know, like, I don't think that's ever going to get built, but the uses in that space are what the strategic plan called for. I would say that we are 100%, I've said this to Scott on the board 1,000 times, we love the fair, we want you here, but things are changing and we need to make investments. I also think, just for council, putting together a $50 million investment, those deals with private money, it's not linear. It's not like, oh, wow, let's do this tomorrow and we'll bring it to the community. Those things sometimes happen, and it happened very quickly, and that's difficult, but it's not taxpayer money. Some of this is private money, so there's always a give and take with that, and I think the idea of the Muse being at Chilhowie Park was a vision a long time ago. It then left with this idea around the safety building, and I'm so glad it's back, and the Muse has said, you're on the board, we want to be at Chilhowie Park. So, but I think there's room there to do both. I think the fair could be successful in a thriving Chilhowie Park.
I agree, but what I also want to address is that we've had so many conversations, and I feel like you are left feeling very disrespected and not heard. So how could this process be changed to where the different elements do feel respected?
Just include us. I mean, it's easy. And to go back, we actually ended up getting a series of one-year lease agreements back in 2022, 23. So the first time we went up to the table with the city to get another 5-year agreement, well, there's a stormwater survey coming up. That's fine. We understand that. We try to make concessions. We said, hey, if there's something that's got to be dug up, we'll move the fair around it. Well, that got put off. It got signed, got a 1-year extension. We were all set to get our 5-year extension again. Then the Emerald Youth thing popped up. So then we got pushed off on that one too. So now it's just been that series of, again, a 5-year lease, but the big clause is that 6-month clause that we can tell you, you can't have, I can't plan shows. I'm going to lose my midway provider. I'm entered into contracts with, concessionaires, sponsors. So it's not a realistic timeline for me to work with. Absolutely, we can make things happen. We don't mind going to too intense. I'm not, again, everybody wants this big strategic plan from me. Chilhowee Park is just not the fair. We've been there a long time. We bring in a lot of people. We have $11.4 million economic impact on the city in 10 days. 10 days. The strategic plan has got to be the Muse, the zoo, and the fair, and whoever else comes on board. It can't be one entity, because I'm just going to look at it from the fair perspective, and I know realistically that won't work. I've got to include my other partners. I'm willing to do so. I'm willing to sit down, but again, I need your all's help to start looking at that lease 27 and beyond. Because if not, I cannot run an organization on that.
Thank you.
I will have to look at other options.
Thank you.
I just wanna
Councilmember Parker?
close with, I don't like the groups being pitted against each other. To
Me
me,
neither.
that's the biggest, one of the biggest issues here.
And we all do the same thing. We're all serving a lot of youth.
Right.
We're giving back to our communities. We're all nonprofits.
Councilmember
We all got
Parker,
great
the
economic
floor is
impact
yours.
for everybody.
I agree with my colleague. I don't like how the differential treatment by the city is creating tension among people who are working perfectly lovely together. What I wanted to bring up, which I just found out recently as I started digging into this even more, was that the Magnolia Avenue redevelopment plan that came before council and that we approved excludes the parcels of land that the Tennessee Valley Fair owns. That makes no sense if we're trying to work with the partners on site to redevelop the property. Also at the workshop where we were talking about development along our corridors and why hasn't the city been more proactive to go out and tell folks what incentives were available to us or to them. Here's another example. They should have been a part of the redevelopment plan, and it is on the city to take those proactive steps to let leaders in our community, valuable community amenities that we want to see stick around, what the options are for them, what incentives might be available, what resources to help them redevelop a property if that's what we're pushing for. So the fact that, and it's just, I mean, the whole Chilhowee Park is included in that redevelopment plan. It skips over the fair's property and then captures another parcel of Chilhowee Park. It is so intentional. And also the fair owns property down along Magnolia. It includes the entire Chilhowee Park footprint and leaves out the couple of parcels down on Chilhowee that the fair owns. I mean, you can't say that the city's treatment of the fair is not intentional. I do not believe a word that you say. And I will continue using my 3 minutes if you think you're going to talk without me calling on you. I meet with David Brace monthly. And every month, it's lies, disinformation, every single month. When I ask the hard questions, all of a sudden, you need to end the call. So when the city says, we want to see the fair on this site, when the city says we support the fair, I can't believe you because your actions are screaming something different. I was so upset to find those property parcels not included in that redevelopment plan. Because there's so many folks in the community who are upset. And here's the thing. All it takes is some collaboration and coordination to make all this work. All of the partners are on board to make it work. The city wants to see it work. The residents want to see it work. The only folks who don't want to see it work, it seems, is this administration. And so we continue to get misinformation, we continue to get mistreatment, and we continue to see growing tensions in the community unnecessarily, when we could be working together to develop a plan that works for the partners and that serves our community. There's no reason why we can't accept that the city is working to push the fair off this site. That's it. And so I'm sorry that such a wonderful organization, the Muse, is being mixed up in this, because there does need to be expansion. We do need to be having these conversations. But we also have to do our due diligence for that entire site. I agree with Mr. Sokomsky. It is our responsibility to create a strategic plan for that site. And from what I've seen, the city is creating a plan, and it doesn't include the fair. And you need to be transparent about it and allow the community to know and understand your intentions. That's it. We deserve it. We deserve it for this historical property. We deserve it because we're residents of the city. We deserve, the partners who've been there for 100 years deserve it. It doesn't make any sense to me. All of these games that have been played over the last couple of years around this property is unnecessary. It's unhealthy, and it's bad governance.
Just as a point of information, I have had the opportunity to work with David Brace for many years now, and he is a person of integrity and honesty, and I just want to back up my staff from an ad hominem attack. Vice Mayor Smith?
Two questions. One is around the term of the agreement. Mr. Brace, can you explain the term length of the agreement?
So it's a 3-year agreement. We're in the second year this September.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Back to the Muse.
Oh,
Sorry.
the Muse,
Yeah.
the Muse.
Yeah, take a break, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So there is a, and by the way, we have our attorney that helped draft this, Mr. Mamontoff. Is, Mark, are you here?
Yep, he's still here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Mark is here. So there's a window for the Muse to actually build and construct, which I believe is 5 years. Then there's a 20-year window to operate, and then 3 5-year options for a total of 40 years, which I believe is the limit of state law. But Mark, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Mr. Mamontoff?
And that's a lease agreement. I
That
see
is a lease
he's-
agreement.
for the public, he's nodding his head.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah, I was
If you would ask me about the redevelopment and why we didn't identify some parcels?
Yeah, I mean, does, my question that you can add on to if you want is around, does the Muse move to the Jacobs Building fit within the vision plan and/or the Magnolia corridor?
So the uses and the transformation of that building into an active day-to-day use, it does. I also wanted to just reflect on the statement that was made about why certain parcels were not included. So when you look at the redevelopment authority that is given through a redevelopment area, one of the most powerful tools of that is land acquisition and eminent domain. We didn't want to look predatory like we were trying to come in and take the fair's land. So a lot of that land, we grabbed the park, we tried to stay away from the fair because we do want the fair to thrive and do well. And so that statement about not doing that is inaccurate, but thank you.
Okay. And that's the case with other corridor development plans, right? Where private property that the city doesn't want to acquire intentionally or directly, or those were omitted from those plans.
The corridor went down Magnolia. Ben Bentley is here. Rebecca Jane worked on this as well. It was primarily the corridor and then grabbing that public property in Chilhowie Park.
Okay.
That was the goal.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve item AC. Seeing no further lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
11AD is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to accept a proposal from Midwest Casualty Company to provide excess workers' compensation insurance coverage for City of Knoxville employees and K-Trans Management Incorporated employees for a 2-year period at a premium not to exceed a corresponding percentage of annual payroll, currently estimated to be $209,708.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Council members, some of you have asked for a recess, so we'll take a 10-minute recess, reconvene at 9:25. 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum. Okay.
11AE is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Design and Construction Services Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $882,100 for the 2025 sidewalk replacement project.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AF is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the agreement with Canon and Canon Incorporated for the University of Tennessee Advanced Traffic Management System project, increasing the contract amount by $49,507.50 for a new total contract amount of $598,689.23.
Motion made to approve. Is there a second? Seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AG is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the agreement with Southern Constructors Incorporated for the 17th Street Bridge Repair Project, increasing the contract amount by $738.23 for a new total contract amount of $512,977.22.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AH is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Shamrock Construction and Remediation LLC in an amount not to exceed $599,325.65 for the Rock City Park Steam Bank Stabilization Project funded with the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing Charles
Yes.
Thomas.
I just have one question. The grant, the almost $600,000, is any of that city money? Is that all coming from a grant?
Mr. Claiborne?
Yeah, that's funded with the ARPA funds that we got, and there's a 20% local match.
Oh, okay, all right. Are those that have to be applied for, or?
That, we got that with post-COVID, the funding that came out.
Okay.
And it was a direct appropriation, federal
Okay.
appropriation.
Well, that's
Yep.
good to have it.
Yep.
It's great, thanks.
Any further questions or discussion? Mr. Thomas? Anything
that was all.
further?
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AI is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with InSafe Incorporated to provide professional construction engineering and inspection services for the Rock City Park Steam Bank Stabilization Project in the amount not to exceed $218,320, funded with the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AJ is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with D.R. Phillips LLC in an amount not to exceed $683,617.57 for the Mary Vestal Park Steam Bank Stabilization Project funded with the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AK is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with APAC Atlantic Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $619,608.50 for the Balm Drive Stormwater Improvements Project, funded with the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AL is a resolution supplementing resolution number 2075 adopted by the City Council of the City of Knoxville, Tennessee on April 20, 1954, entitled A resolution providing for the issuance of water revenue bonds so as to provide for the issuance of not to exceed $18 million of water system revenue bonds, Series PP 2026.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, we need a roll call for the bond issue. So seeing no further discussion, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Councilman Roberto?
Aye.
Councilwoman Singh?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith? Yes. Councilman Thomas? Councilwoman Fugit?
Aye.
Councilwoman Helsley?
Aye.
Councilwoman McKenzie?
Yes.
Councilwoman Parker? Councilwoman Ryder?
Here, yes.
8 members in favor, Mayor.
Motion carries 8-0. Next item, please.
11 a.m. is a resolution supplementing resolution number 1644 adopted by the City Council of the City of Knoxville, Tennessee on January 4, 1949, entitled a resolution providing for the issuance of electric system revenue bonds so as to provide for the issuance of not to exceed $37 million and no dollars of electric system revenue bonds, Series RR 2026.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, please conduct a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Fugit. Councilwoman Helsley. Councilwoman McKenzie. Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Yes.
Councilman Roberto.
Aye.
Councilwoman Singh. Councilman Smith, or Vice Mayor Smith. Councilman Thomas. 8 members in favor, Mayor.
Okay, motion carries 8-0. Next item, please.
11A is a resolution adopting the Board of Zoning Appeals Administrative Rules and Procedures as amended to comply with the updates to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 13-7-205 and is recommended by the Board of Zoning Appeals at its July 17, 2025 meeting.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AO is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Pyro Shows Incorporated to provide labor, equipment, and materials to perform large-scale displays for the city's 3 major special events for a total contract amount not to exceed $78,850 for all 3 events.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Ryder?
Just for the record, what are the 3 major events? I'm assuming 4th of July.
New Year's and Christmas in the city, but Kendra Brewer, special events, is that correct? If she, yeah.
Christmas in the city, New Year's, and 4th of July. All right, thanks.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AP is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Solar Alliance Southeast LLC to install a solar array and battery storage system at the E.V. Davidson Recreation Center for a cost not to exceed $269,037, paid for in part with $239,720 energy efficiency and conservation block grant from the Department of Energy.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I would, I don't know if Ms. Melnick wants to give us a little bit of
Ms. Melnick,
information.
Sustainability Director, is here and would be glad to give council an overview of this agenda.
Is this new? Is this converting this facility to this? Why this facility?
This facility, because honestly, it's our newest roof on our rec centers. It's new. It's the 6th solar array on city buildings. It's going to be our 2nd largest, and it's our first with battery storage. So that really helps us kind of capture all of the energy that solar is providing.
Okay, and these are like big panels that'll be on the rooftop?
On the rooftop, yes.
Okay, and just for clarity, this is probably not a question for you. This is the rec center where the pool is that Emerald leases from us?
Correct.
Okay, and they've had a lease there with us for how long? Does anybody know? Ballpark?
I don't know. We can get back to you.
I know it's been voted on in my time, but they were there long before that vote, I believe. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Thomas?
I did have a question, and you don't have to have these figures for me right now, but is there some kind of a breakdown about cost effectiveness, about, the investment then the savings over time and all that?
Projected, the ROI is a little bit shy of 20 years. The panels there's a warranty for 20 years, so they're really working at maximum kind of capability for 20 years. They're still producing power after that point, but it starts to degrade at that point, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions, Mr. Thomas? Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11AQ is a resolution approving, or rather, I'm sorry, that was approved on consent. 12AR is an ordinance of the Council of the City of Knoxville amending Section 4-58, Section G of Chapter 4 of the Knoxville City Code so as to allow for beer permit holders throughout the city to apply for and obtain patio use agreements for parts of the public right-of-way contiguous to their permitted establishment under specified criteria established by the city.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Ryder?
That's fine. I don't know if I want to babble on it or if
Is Mr. Berry here or Mr. Rosenberg?
Mr. Rosenberg, whoever wants to talk about this. This basically, we're just striking the word CBID from the existing code to allow some other areas similar to downtown to be able to do patio use agreements. The examples of those currently that people might think of are like places along Gay Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, the code only allows for these patio use agreements within the CBID. This change strikes that language. You still have to go through the same process, to get the permit. But think of areas like Happy Holler in your district, Sevier Avenue, other areas around town that are more urban corridors that would allow for businesses to have beer on patios.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenberg, would that also be available to the Strip if they have patio space for it? So that venue would allow for it. I understand it still has to get the special use. So anywhere in the city, I just want people to understand that. You can have patio refreshment anywhere in the city if it is allowed by special use.
It would have to go through a process through our engineering department and follow certain rules, obviously egress, sidewalk.
But it is
space
available everywhere.
Correct.
If it meets the criteria.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12AS is an ordinance of the Council of the City of Knoxville amending Sections 11-1 and 11-2 of Chapter 11 of the Knoxville City Code so as to remove the requirement for individuals to apply for and receive a city blasting permit, as the state has sole jurisdiction for the issuance of said permits.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12AT is an ordinance approving the request of HEO Architecture for an amendment to the Central City Sector Plan from Mixed Use Special District 17 Fort Sanders Neighborhood to Mixed Use Special District 16 Fort Sanders Neighborhood for property located at 118 20th Street, 1st District.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor Smith?
We have somebody to speak to this, I think, but before we do, I'd like to make a motion to consolidate items AT, AU, and AV.
Okay, motion has been made to consolidate those three items and seconded. Any questions about the motion to consolidate? Seeing none, all those in favor of this consolidation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to consolidate carries. We do have some people signed up to speak. It's all Josh Henson. So, Mr. Henson, speaking in favor of these items, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Council, Mayor, thank you for your time. My name is Joshua Henson, 900 Phillips Avenue, Unit 103. Surprisingly, I've never been here and never had to get a rezone in the city, but after sitting here all night, I want to thank you all for your service, because I could imagine doing this twice a month, but thank you. I have the pleasure of owning and developing a number of houses in Fort Sanders. And my company, one of our core values is best use. And we truly aim to build unique and wonderful spaces that are actually thought out and well-designed. And I think if you go around Knoxville and you see what we do, I think you'd agree, which is exactly why we're here for this rezone. This rezone is not for density. It is to make this small corner of Fort Sanders compatible with the surrounding parcels. We all know that after we build on this parcel, it will probably never get redeveloped again. And that is something that my company and I take very seriously. And so that is why we're here. We want to build, we want to be the best developer we can, and we want this rezone to help us be the best we can. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Council members, that concludes the people who signed up to speak on these items. Vice Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Mr. Johnson, if you would just pull up something very quick for my colleagues. I know we're all fading, but our packet was a little disheveled in terms of seeing the image and things today, so I wanted to show you things. Against my stubbornness, I was persuaded that by Mr. Henson, and for good reason. So I wanted to show you this. That's not it, but we could all go there.
South Knoxville's gotten a little hillier.
Just imagine a place. Okay, so the item circled in red is the lot we're talking about. If you can see, the RN5 orange is kind of on an island by itself. These are old legacy RN5 that were through recode, some of which changed to office and industrial. And the reason I point this out is because everything east that's RN and everything down below that's RN, I think typically I would be very opposed to changing residential to industrial zoning. But the subsequent slides will show you why I think it's important. One, it's between Forest Avenue and all the industrial that's already there up towards the edge of campus. And Will, if you could go to the next, thank you. Essentially, there's not getting any more units on the right. They can build both of these. So these are 20 units as I understand. Currently, the RN5 produces the image on the right, and industrial light will produce the item on the left. And if you can see, one more slide, Will, the adjacent property is built along the road and the building pulls to the road. So this would actually be in more harmony with the adjacent surrounding buildings. The light industrial uses are not the kind of industrial uses we're all concerned about sometimes. If you go to the next, thank you, Will, again, another image of a property that is there. So if you go back up 2 slides, Will, the image on the left will be more fitting for the buildings that are already there without any more density or need for more units or profitability or anything else. This is really just about design. And planning staff, I actually agree with the technical recommendation they gave was that this doesn't fit. But when you're presented with those 2 items and the one on the left fits with the surrounding buildings, I think it's better for Fort Sanders overall. And Mr. Henson has a good record of, particularly in Fort Sanders, building fitting houses and buildings like this. So I was persuaded after hearing all that and looking at it in depth and calling Ms. Brooks too many times. I think this is a better fit for Fort Sanders. So I'll pause, or I can make a motion to approve.
There are no other lights on. Would you like to make a motion, Vice Mayor?
I was trying to be polite, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion made to approve has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Thomas.
I did have just
excuse me.
one quick
Yeah.
question, just for clarity.
Mr. Henson?
If you can answer it from there, it could be. So the industrial mixed use, it allows for other uses other than housing. Do you have any intentions to do anything other than that?
No, sir. It's for
street
housing.
level retail or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's strictly for housing.
That's all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now to public forum. Ms. Olson, you're signed up for public forum. You're the first one. If you want to come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Martha Olson, 2809 Scottish Pike. I'm here because I received, a few of us got a notice that there's going to be a meeting. The city is following a plan to make Blunt Avenue, which is a collector street and gets a lot of traffic, to take half of the traffic, to make it one way. Half of the traffic is to be rerouted through a single-family home neighborhood. And so the reason I'm here is, well, one thing, I'm not sure whether they even notified the residents of the neighborhood. There's a few dozen residents, and I'm impressed with you all reaching out to the people close to Chilhowie Park, but here we've got a very defined place, and I don't know if you've made any outreach to the residents who aren't involved in the neighborhood group. And I think we have 2 of them, but there's dozens. So anyway, so this is a concern. My other reason is to ask you all to go, and I know those of you in South Knoxville know what I'm talking about, but those of you who live elsewhere, I would like you all to be able to visualize what is proposed. And the best way I can tell you to get there is to go Chapman Highway to Wendy's. You believe it or not, there is a little road by Wendy's. Go down that road, drive around the neighborhood, and then turn around, and especially if it's night, pretend, see if you can figure out how to get back the way you came. Because I think that's what my concern is. It's a steep road. When you're driving past, you don't even see that there's an end to it. I think what's going to happen if they do this is that there's a natural tendency to just go straight on up Hawthorne. It doesn't have a traffic light. It's very steep. We've been asking for it to be worked on for 2 decades. So anyway, so there's and I know I've seen it even today. Coming home at 12:45 in the afternoon, I saw someone come up to that intersection and make an illegal left turn out onto Chapman Highway. And it's just human nature. People are going to do that. So I want you all to drive around the neighborhood. I want you to see the houses. It's family houses. There's children. And do these people deserve to suddenly have half the traffic of Blunt Avenue sprung on them? So they call this a listening session. My experience is that the Department of Urban Design does not listen to me, so I thought I'd talk to you, and maybe they'll listen to you. But I mainly wanted you all just to experience this for yourself. And if you want to attend the meeting, it's going to be Monday at 6 at the South Community Center on Maryville Pike. Although, if someone could be persuaded to delay the meeting, Tommy, to have more time to, an MPC sends postcards. Maybe we have another meeting so that the people who are busy raising their families and living their life get notification of this, and they don't just all of a sudden see dump trucks going by their house. And I really think it's going to cause gridlock. That's my opinion. It's going to back up. Now, I feel like my opinion is that this may have come to the forefront right now. I know we're going to be needing to do something. I've talked about getting buses when the student apartments get built. But I think what's happening right now, and we've worked with traffic engineering as far as coordinating the traffic lights, and they have really done a very good job, but sometimes 2 things happen. Sometimes the traffic light at the railroad tunnel gets out of sync. But another thing I've noticed in the past several months, and the people at Lavano see it quite frequently, for some reason, people pull up to the traffic light at the railroad tunnel, they stop 50 feet from the tunnel, and it never turns red. Never turns green. they just can't get onto Chapman Highway. And I will say that the traffic light at Chapman Highway has got a very good robot on it, and it really does a good job of getting the traffic out of there.
Thank you,
The
Ms.
traffic has to get there.
Olson. That is
So
your 5 minutes.
please ask traffic engineering to look into that.
Thank you. Next person, Maurice Clark Sr. Mr. Clark, are you present? Okay. Next is Constance Every.
Okay, here we go. Constance Every, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914. Man, y'all got y'all face cracked tonight. Real talk. Y'all got cracked tonight. I think that the key thing here that has to be acknowledged is that, of course, the park is kind of our big issue. And I'm proud of our community, but I'm still frustrated with us because it took us a long time to get here. This project was rolled out in 2019. And at that time, as Ms. Shipe had acknowledged and even shared a recent link that currently has a no access page, so hopefully the city has restored that page. But in 2019, there was a rollout by the city, and I do believe the county might have even had partial investment to the initiative, showing us the so-called future of Chehalie Park. And in that 2019 initiative, it was written up like the future of what we got in Lake Shore. I think that when you start really digging into the conversation with the community, you will find most community members want a layout like Lake Shore. We want the same thing. We want the outdoor yoga platforms. We want the multiple dog parks and benches and all these resources. I think some people highlight, like with the Danny Mayfield, some of the fitness equipment. These were things that really were said by the community. And in that 2019 rollout, it was kind of painted that image. I think the interesting thing for me was that what gave me the red flag was when I asked, several of us asked, how much did it cost for the pictures? Because they had these beautiful pictures, all these array of pictures up, and it was just showing the different phases and how it's gonna roll. And we found that those pictures cost $200,000 in taxpayer money. Shocking, yes, very shocking, Debbie. Because my first question was, why y'all didn't ask UT students to do that for free or for a few hundred? I know they would have done it for way cheaper and probably better quality. But as has been highlighted throughout tonight, this is these indicators of the backdoor dealing. If you're spending $200,000 on pictures, I can imagine the negotiation conversations and processes are occurring. That means we are already willing to make transactional commitments. We're already willing to put a dollar amount to what we're willing to pay and buy back into. We are already sharing this in 2019. And yet Constance Every was told I was crazy because I was saying this then. Then I was saying that. Then you had 2020 roll out, the baseball stadium. Again, going back to Madeline O'Hara, because again, you gotta keep in mind that Chehalie Park Baseball Stadium does come off the back end of Madeline. Madeline announces in one of her final city council meetings that she had already committed $20 million to the stadium. So we knew that coming in with India, that was already on the table. The question was, where was the rest of the money gonna come from? And as we know, we have now taken our green dollars and turned them into yellow dollars and made $60 million bonds with no real guarantee of funding. I'm dying to see these rollout financial reports coming here soon on how much we really have made and really lost in the stadium now that it's officially open and operational. I think the other big thing here is that y'all, games y'all play. You know, Denzel Grant here and gave the real, because see, he's done it for y'all with Turn Up Knox. He knows what it means when y'all call up Emerald Youth, roll all our black faces out here for the celebration of look, put on your green shirts and green dresses and all that good things. Middlebrook is one of y'all typical call dogs. He's gonna get up here and give a good reverend sermon and all that good stuff, and it didn't work. That was the beauty. It didn't work. The community was here like Sky Smith is so critical, and she is one of those people in the community. She is our success story. Like she said, her path led to one way, and the system made it. So you can never take that from her. But the truth be told, her accountability is what was always needed. And it is far past time that Middlebrook and this display of our children, and you too, Gwen, it has to stop. You know what I think is interesting about that list? Your ex-husband admitted he was also approached, but the difference was he told them no, and his name was not added to the list. So I still struggle to believe that the folks who were name dropped on that list actually did, quote unquote, did or did not have an engagement. I don't believe that. I don't. I do believe that there was an engagement, a conversation of some form. I'm not saying that maybe it was a full rollout of all information, but I believe there was a upfront buy-in. And then they made that list. And as always, people forget this part. They make those lists to use against y'all and us later. And that's what happened with this list. They made the list, came out with the part, public has the outrage, but hold on, we had these black folks commit to it, and they name dropped them. And all of a sudden, those same black folks said we was bought in, said no, we did not. The games are up. And I ran against you in 22, India, and I told the public then, you are a snake, you are a liar, you are a cheat, you are a thief. Who you texting right now? See, y'all gotta peep this. This is what she does also when we're talking. I watched you text numerous times, you and David both. I see you texting. The irony is, what are you texting about? What you talking about? I know you don't care, but I'm just glad people see you for what you was. I'll leave with this last thing. Last night at Commissioner, what's her name?
Next person is signed up to speak at public forum is Candace Jones. Miss Every, your time is up. Miss Every, your time is up. Is Candace Jones present? Okay. Last person signed up to speak is Jeff Tallman. Is Jeff Tallman present? Is Jeff Tallman here? Mr. Tallman here? Okay, I don't think the other people are here, so without objection, this meeting is adjourned.